Passes the umpire. This one just shapes away from the left-hander. It goes into the wicketkeeper. There's no run. South Trinidad in the spotlight here today. It's round 3 of the Rising Star on the 1750 over championship. And this one shapes away from the left-hander. Kaveri Buddha Singh just allowing that one to go by to the keeper, showing excellent judgment where his off stump is. So the ball is shaping a bit here at the Power Gen Sports Facility. There's a breeze blowing across the ground, which will help the away swinger from the left-hander. Edward goes past the bowler, and this one is played up to mid-off. A little bit airy-fairy here, possibly just playing a tad too early here is Kaveri Buddha Singh, and possibly evidence that the pitch is stopping a bit. It's a bit too paced, but I'm sure as the day goes on and the sun beats down on this pitch here at Power Gen, it's going to get better and better for batting. And Kaveri is neatly into line. This one is stroked up to mid-off. There's no run. So skipper Nathan Edwards doing a fabulous job for his team, prying out 2 early wickets in the piece here for the Leeward Islands. Bang on target, getting that ball to shape away from the left-hander is Nathan Edwards. So he's asking a lot of questions of the left-handers. Oh, and a sweetly timed drive through extra cover. There's one. And that's all it's going to be. Skipper Justin Jagisa. And they get 2 now. A bit of sloppy work here from the Leeward Islands, allowing that second run. So at the end of the 5th over, Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss here at the Power Gen Sports Facility at 13 for 2. So the seamers for the Leeward Islands team, they're doing an excellent job using that new ball, extracting whatever life is there in the wicket. The wicket seems to have a bit of moisture, preparation moisture in it, so that will definitely help the fast bowlers. So it's going to be Watley from the pavilion end. Goes past the bowler. This one is punched out to that backward cover point. So the ball coming nicely onto the bat here at Power Gen. But the Leeward Islands making an excellent start to this round 3 encounter versus Trinidad and Tobago. Both wickets falling to Nathan Edwards. Samuel Sarub caught at backward point by Honoré. And Luke Ali going LBW first ball to Nathan Edwards, and this one is allowed to go by. So Watley getting that ball to go away from the right-hander. So excellent bowling from the Leeward Islands opening bowlers. This one is pitched outside the line of the off stump, just about that 4th stump line. Justin Jagis are just allowing it to go by, so there's no run. So both Watley and Nathan Edwards, who represented the West Indies. Nathan Edwards having recently represented the West Indies under 19 at the World Cup. But it's Watley who is bowling from the pavilion end. Goes past the umpire. This one is stroked to extra cover. Excellent feeling again. No run. So important for both Justin Jagisa and Kavri Budasing to bat as much balls as possible, give themselves an opportunity to really play themselves and assess what the pitch is doing, and then set about themselves for a very long vigil here at the Power Gen Sports Club. So a lot is expected from the Trinidad and Tobago skipper, Justin Jagisa. And this one is played away to that backward square region, a little bit airy-fairy, taking the top edge, but falling just short of the fine leg fielder. So the score moves on by 1. That takes Trinidad and Tobago on to 14 for 2. So Watley hitting the ball into the pitch, getting some response. That one was a bit above the shoulder height. It's that kind of height that's uncomfortable for the batters to be in control. This one, nice piece from Watley. So at the end of the 6th over, Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and batting here at the Power Gen Sports Facility. They are 14 for 2. Kavri Budasing is on 4 and Justin Jagisa is on 5. So the Leeward Islands opening bowlers. The Leeward Islands opening bowlers led by their skipper Nathan Edwards, making a impressive start here at the Power Gen Sports Facility, getting 2 early wickets in the piece here. Sami Sarup going caught at backward point, and Luke Ali going for a first ball duck, LBW. And this one, Nathan Edwards getting a lot of movement away from the right hander. Good pace on the youngster as well, hitting the deck really hard, and that one goes through to the keeper. So we're seeing some impressive left arm seam bowling from both these Leeward Island bowlers. Edwards goes past the umpire. This one is played at a backward point, and an excellent stay at that backward position, moving smartly to his left there and affecting the stop. Had that gone past him, it possibly would have gone into the boundary, but excellent start here from the Leeward Islands outfit, supporting their bowlers with excellent fielding here. Good anticipation by the backward point fielder, making an impressive stop, moving away to his left. Edwards goes past the umpire, and this is another toe crusher from Nathan Edwards, right on the money. Edwards past the umpire. What a lovely and swinging Yorker there by Nathan Edwards. Justin Jagisa did all that he can and successfully keeping out that delivery, but that ball was hooping back sharply into Jagisa, but he was equal to the task. And this one, a loud appeal, possibly height. Looking at Edwards. Jagisa trying to work that ball onto the exile, onto the leg side. Loud appeal for LBW, but I think the height would have been a factor there for the umpire. So Edwards continued to impress us all here at the Power Gen Sports Facility, and this one is driven out to that. So I'd like to say a special good morning to Mr. Vidya Ramphal.
Morning to you, Anil. Nice to be here in Penal. It's always a wonderful place to be. One ball remaining in the 7th over. Jagisaw out there on 5 and 5 for Budu Singh. Here's Edward. Oh, another great delivery from Edward. And that was not far away from the off stump. The end of his fourth over. And at the end of 7 overs, the Leeward Islands are 4 without loss. 15 for 2. Windward Islands, Trinidad and Tobago are 15 for 2.
Cricket 360, the #1 link for streaming sports in Trinidad and Tobago. Like, follow and share our Facebook and YouTube platforms for all the live action. Cricket 360, we bring real sport to your virtual world.
TNT won their first match by 6 wickets over Jamaica at Inchinali Park, but went down by 9 wickets to Guyana on Sunday at Gilbert Park. Viren Bachu got 59 in that game. TNT were restricted to 202 for 8 in their 50 overs. But Guyana, can anyone stop them in this competition? They look pretty good. Edged and not carrying to first slip. Well stopped though. It wasn't, the keeper was not able to get across it, playing it with soft enough hands.
Edwards getting that ball to shape away. Kavri Buddha Singh playing it with soft hands. It goes down into the slip region, but an excellent stop.
Yeah, Wilden Cornwall Jr. was the man making the stop. And in case you're wondering if the keeper could have gotten across to that, it would have been an extraordinary keeper's catch if he had. That's going to be a wide. Yeah, it really would have been difficult for the keeper because I believe he's right-handed to start with, so that would have gone to his left hand. And then it didn't go straight to slip, it went to the left of the first slip.
And what happened as well, Vidya, it died when it made contact with the outside edge. Kavri Buddha Singh playing with soft hands, you know, just allowed that ball to go down a lot quicker than it would have normally if it had break off the edge.
Yeah, better. That's what he knows what to expect from Edward now, just allowing that to go outside the off stump. And he's getting that movement away.
But excellent.
Here at Power Gen Sports Club, as you know, there have been a lot of great spinners here over the years. Samuel Badri was club captain for quite a while. And so it's always had a reputation of you're getting some turn here.
Yeah, and this pitch is normally favors the spinners here, Vidya.
Yes, got squared up with that one. Yeah, it certainly has that reputation. So that's the end of Edwards' 5th over. After 9 overs, Trinidad and Tobago on 19 for 2.
So the Leeward Islands continue to pile on the pressure here at the Power Gen Sports Club. Both left-hand seamers bowling very, very well. Watley hasn't gotten a wicket yet, but he has bowled impressively as well. What he's doing extremely well is keeping the pressure on the batters. They're not getting any freebies, and it's very difficult to score off him. So he's been an excellent foil for skipper Nathan Edwards.
Certainly has been, and here he is continuing. Watley. Another good delivery from him. He's been steady. If you could pick out one delivery that would sum up what he's done here today, it would be that one. Just on that line at the off stump, because of the length and because of where he's pitching it, he's forcing the batsman to play all the time. So they're not getting a lot of runs off him. They might have to look to see if they get runs off Edward. They're at the other end, and he's bowling well. So they're making it very difficult for Trinidad and Tobago. Looking a little bit dark here in Pinal all of a sudden. Short, down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. I think that's a fair call. That was a bit too far down the leg side for the batsman to reach that.
So Watley hitting the ball into the surface, but we are seeing that tennis ball bounce here, and it's telling me that the surface still has a lot of moisture in it, Video.
Yeah, but, just looking at the background, you can see how the breeze is causing the trees to sway, because a stiff breeze is starting to come across the ground now. Straight to the field, and no run this time, and also it's getting very cloudy. It's getting very cloudy in terms of the weather conditions here. Just outside of your picture, away to the northeastern side of the ground, very large dark clouds all over the place, and the trees here, they're swaying around almost like they're in a carnival band launch or something, just moving around and doing anything they can. You see, and that's what he's doing so well. He's forcing the batsmen, keeping them quiet, and when the pressure starts to build up, they're going to go for a shot like that.
Well, what he have done really well, Vidya, he's kept him quiet, and he's thrown that sucker punch. He's got 2 slips in place, Vidya, asking Justin to drive through the offside, and to me, that was a bit of a gamble there, playing away from his body, trying to get that expansive drive. But he might be well advised to just try and see off both these opening bowlers, Video.
Yeah, he should. 3 balls remaining in the 10th over. That's more the type of shot he was aiming for. I don't think this is going to carry to the boundary. They will get two, though. A nice looking push there by Budu Singh to pick up a double. Jagisar, picking up a double.
So pitched up delivery from Watley, and that one was drilled through extra cover. So the score moves up by 2. Trinidad and Tobago at 22 for 2.
Well, they do say if you have nothing to talk about the weather. Well, we do have a lot to talk about, but we do need to talk about the weather right now after this ball. That's hit high, over cover, that's going to go for 4. And that is the boundary for Trinidad and Tobago, and it is the captain Jagisar who has gotten that one well. Maybe not exactly where he wanted it to go, maybe more looking over extra cover, but here's how he did it.
So wide, full and wide outside the off stump, allowing Justin Jagisar to carve that ball over that cover region for 4 runs. So a welcome boundary for Trinidad and Tobago, and Justin Jagisar just looking to break the shackles here, Vidya.
Yeah, he is. He's into double figures finally. Oh, that's gone square the wicket now. Yeah, he can't get carried away here, Jagisar. He's hit a couple of. He's aimed 3 expansive drives and a 4th at the end here. He's picked up runs here, but I don't think the Leeward Islands will be too discouraged by what he's doing. End of the 10th over. At the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago are 27 for 2. And the covers are coming on, as you can see there. Well, they were coming on. The umpires have told them just to hold their hand for a minute because it's looking very, very threatening here at Powergen Sports Club ground in Penal. You are from this area, Anil. You're from the Debe area. I understand you're the mayor of Debe unofficially. But what do you think? Is that the weather conditions should suggest we might have an interruption coming? I'm
sure it's going to be interrupted very, very soon, Vidya. The rain normally comes just behind that pool there, that light pool there, that pylon there. So, but the umpires, they're taking the opportunity to get as much cricket as possible. But the groundsman, they know where the rain comes from. So they would be very conscious.
Jagisar again, this one's high over extra cover. It's not going to carry once again, but he will get 2. And that is the 5th time he's played the shot in the last 5 balls. So he's trying to attack. That is the line they've been bowling at through him all the way. Now he sort of found his range, and he's going to go on the offensive here. And look at what the Leeward Islands have done. They have now decided, well, let's going to make a change. We see what he's doing, and they pushed that long off the fielder at mid-off back on the boundary.
So Nathan Edds was sensing that Justin Jagisar wants to have a move on.
Oh, he's bowled in! Played it on! That's gone! It was what a great Yorker that was. Got the bat on it, but I think it just squeezed out and spun back onto the stumps. There it is.
So this is Yorker number 3, Vidya, and having survived 2 vicious Yorkers, on the 3rd occasion, unfortunately for Justin Jagisar, that ball just trickled back onto the stump. The bail fell down, and Justin Jagisar is on his way. Trinidad and Tobago losing their 3rd wicket here at Powergen Sports Club, 29 for 3, and a big blow here for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, that's really good bowling here from Edward. He is so good. He really is so good. He's been wonderful this morning. I tell you what, he'll remember this spell for a long time here at Powergen. That was excellent stuff there from him. Another great Yorker. And Jagisar, I'm not sure if he could have done anything better there. He got the bat on it. I think it just squeezed out, may have hit the leg and back onto the stumps. But really good delivery.
But I tell you what, Vidya, he survived 2 vicious Yorkers earlier on. And this one, he did all that he could have done. Unfortunately for him, that ball spun back and hit the off stump, and the bail came off. So
yeah,
Trinidad and Tobago,
just too good.
Trinidad and Tobago under the skates here at the Powergen Sports Club. Now, one would have said, Vidya, that had they come off at that time, he possibly could have still be batting.
Yeah, I wonder if he was a little bit unsettled by that. Maybe slightly 2 minds. He saw the guys with the covers coming off. They are still standing with the covers in their hands away to his left. But I mean, you're a batter, you're playing for Trinidad and Tobago. You have to really shut those things out and really focus on the man who has the ball in the left hand and running in at you. Well, let's see what Edward does with this one. And that has brought Orlando James, the man from Wim in Tobago, to face up. He's back over the wicket. Oh, good delivery again from Edward. It's good stuff here from the left-hander out of the man from St. Martin. And they've now called the covers on. So the umpires have decided to bring the players off. The covers are coming on to the field away to our right. And that the players are off. Sad side here, I think if any team is happier to go off at this point, it will be the home team.
Yeah, definitely the home team will be very happy to come off. And I'll tell you what, Vidya, because of the overcast conditions as well, both Nathan Edwards and Watley did been able to really get that ball to hoop around. And the Trinidad and Tobago batters, really, they've struggled, to say the least, in these opening exchanges.
So 29 for 3 after 10 and a half overs. There the covers on, and Powergen Sports Club, the ground staff on quickly. They seem very happy to go on also, maybe just giving TNT that break. But really, I'm just joking, of course, but the weather conditions had certainly deteriorated in the last 15 minutes or so. We could have seen there was a very large cloud. You can see the parts of it just in that picture there. The cloud was streaming across. It's very, very dark, dark gray clouds. Now, away to the right of that, we can see, out of your picture, of course, there's some lighter blue sky, which could suggest that there's some better weather coming. Now, it's not sunshine. It's not that lovely blue cloud that we associate with the Caribbean, Anil, but that is certainly not a great sight to see. But it does give us a couple of minutes. As you can see, the rain's coming down. As you can, so let's just see what's happened here. Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss. They decided to bat first. They left out Jason Agard, who was the only man to get a wicket against Guyana on Sunday. Kyle Ramdu, the opener, he's also out of the team here. And, well, the new opening partnership didn't stand up because Sarup went early for 3. So Sarup went early for 3. He was caught by Honore of Edward for 3. Luke Alley, the hero of Trinidad and Tobago in their match against Jamaica, he came in next. He was LBW first ball, got a really good delivery from Edward, and he was gone immediately. And then just a few moments ago, Justin Jagisa, the right-hander, getting a really good full delivery once again from Edward, and he was out for 16. And Jagisa just started to open up. He played 5 shots, aiming to hit the ball over extra cover, and really clever bowling by Edward, sensing what Jagisad was seeming, his trigger movement was taking him towards the offside, got the Yorker in, and that cleaned him up. He's gone for 16. So Trinidad and Tobago 29 for 3, and the Leeward Islands certainly well and truly on top. And thanks in the main to Nathan Edwards and to the excellent bowling at the other end from Yannick Watley, who really kept it tight. Well, the rain's on, so we'll take a little break. We'll tell you what's happening later on as we have a further update.
Cricket 360, the number one link for streaming sports in Trinidad and Tobago. Like, follow and share our Facebook and YouTube platforms for all the live action. Cricket 360, we bring real sport to your virtual world. Cricket 360, the number one link for streaming sports in Trinidad and Tobago. Like, follow and share our Facebook and YouTube platforms for all the live action. Cricket 360, we bring real sport to your virtual world. Cricket 360, the number one link for streaming sports in Trinidad and Tobago. Like, follow and share our Facebook and YouTube platforms for all the live action. Cricket 360, we bring real sport to your virtual world.
Welcome back to Pinal here in South Trinidad. It is the CWI Rising Stars Under 17 Super 50 Championships 2022, Trinidad and Tobago versus Leeward Islands. When we last were on with you, it was just about an hour ago. Rain had driven the players from the field. Trinidad and Tobago were in all sorts of trouble at 29 for 3 after 10.5 overs. That's when the rain interruption came. Justin Jagisa had just been bowled for 16, and before that, Samir Sarup was caught for 3. Luke Alley was LBW without scoring first ball. Leeward Islands lost. They would have been able to get 3 wickets, all falling to their inspirational captain, the left-arm medium pacer Nathan Edward, who produced 3 screaming Yorkers. 2 of them hitting, one of them hitting the stumps, one of them trapping Ali LBW, and the other creating a catch for Sarup. So, because of his industry, Trinidad and Tobago in all sorts of trouble at 29 for 3 here at Power Gen Pinal. We are in Sign Village in South Trinidad. It's a lovely neck of the woods, and good to see the players back off. In terms of how the game has been affected by the rainfall, 47 overs aside now, so they've trimmed 3 overs off, which is remarkable. Anil Lakan, who's jumped in beside me, that we've only lost 3 overs aside in spite of that hour being lost for rain.
Yeah, so excellent in terms of nothing much in terms of overs, just 3 overs on either side. So the kudos to the groundsman as well for ensuring, we get back on the park in the earliest possible time video.
Right. Well, how does this affect the teams? The Leeward Islands certainly were in control during that period coming up to the rain break. Trinidad and Tobago were like a boxer on the ropes. Punches coming left and right. They were ducking, they were weaving, but a few were landing. So how do you assess it now? That break certainly would not have helped the Leeward Islands.
Well, it definitely would not have helped them because of the fact that it would have taken away that momentum that they had during the early stages of the piece. But I'm sure the likes of Nathan Edwards, the captain of the Leeward Islands team, he will want to get back to work as quickly as possible and make further inroads in this Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup. Well,
lots of bright blue clouds around, as here's Edward outside the off stump, and tell you what, he adjusted very quickly there, Orlando James. Orlando James, the man from Women Tobago, he's faced his second delivery. Kavir Budu Singh at the other end, 25 deliveries, just 5 so far. Edwards has 3 for 11 of his 5.4 overs. Just 2 more balls to go in his 6th over. Now, here's the interesting thing here. Usually you'd see he would take a break around this point if there was no interruption. Had his feet up for the last hour. So, could we see a second over from him after this?
I would want to believe we will see a second over.
Off the pads again, but down the leg side. Left arm over the wicket, and that one, based on the shot of the batsman and also from the movement of the wicketkeeper, seemed to be heading down the leg side. So, start time 11:30, which we've had. 47 overs aside. The first session will end at 2:01 p.m. and the interval is only half an hour, so Anil will have to digest his food a lot faster than normal. Second session starts at 2:31, and 2 bowlers will be allowed 10 overs. The other 3, if so, they are allowed a maximum of 9 overs. The power play, already gone at 10. Last power play starts with 9 overs to go. Another good delivery here from Edward, and well, the drinks will be at 12:45. Anil, so I'm sure you'll be looking forward to that. But seriously now, this is a really good situation for the Leeward Islands as the 11th over comes to an end, 30 for 3, and you can see the affection that this team has for Edward out there.
Yeah, Nathan Edwards continuing to bowl impressively at the Power Gen Sports Club. But, there's an equation that comes into play here, Vidya, and that is because of the rain interruption, these young men would not have been allowed to bowl more than 6 on the trot. Having that rain break, would they be able to continue after 6 overs? I'm not too sure how that's gonna play off now.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I'm sure the administrators would want to give us an answer at some point to that. And let's see. There's a bowling change here because we had the left armour on, and now we're going to see the first change here. It's Michael Palmer, man from St. Martin, and from the Dutch territory of St. Martin. He's Michael Palmer, a right-hand medium pacer, is on from the southern end. So Palmer, here he is, strongly built-looking young man. Well, that's not his run-up, by the way. He's just testing out the mechanism. And some bowlers like to do this, just to get the feel. And of course, with the rain down, bowlers might tend to be a little bit tentative with the grass still wet out there.
And also, the surface is not the firmest as well. So, you know, there will possibly that a little bit of concern for the bowlers, during their run-up as well, Vidya.
Yeah, and with fast bowlers, where you're running in at a higher speed, it's always a possibility. Kept a little low that time, but well handled, and a single resulting there for James, who's off the mark finally. James is off. Must be nervy. You go out there, you face one ball, you come out back an hour later, and you still haven't gotten off the mark.
But when one looks at the situation, Vidya, I think it's a bit more challenging for the batters to restart than the bowlers. You know, they've got to reset themselves in terms of how they approach, the restart of their innings, if I may say so.
Yeah, everybody has to reset, don't they? But perhaps the Trinidad and Tobago team, who are already under pressure during that opening session, that opening salvo there from Edward, they will certainly have to readjust here quickly. Around the wicket there is Palmer. And just to the left-handed Budu Singh, just trying to take away the space from him, take away his arms, as you coaches like to say.
Yeah, what I believe that Palmer is trying to also do, Vidya, is to arc that ball into the left-hander at the last moment, try and get it to leave that left-hander. So whatever swing is on offer and seam movement, he will try and capitalize that in the early stages here.
Yeah, he's still working himself up into full pace at the moment. Just 3 deliveries into his over. He's already started off well outside the off stump here. But I tell you what, I find it very difficult to believe that the Leeward Islands have not won a game in this tournament already. They certainly have. Perhaps the batting might be an issue, but with the bowling, they seem to have a pretty well-organized attack at the opening attack.
Yeah, from what we've seen thus far, the seamers seem to be very, very decent indeed.
Ball hustling onto the bat here from Palmer, and certainly maybe just as tall, if not taller, than the previous two that we saw, Edward and Watley. Those two were left-handers. Edward, the first right-hander to show up here today. But tell you what, maybe a little bit taller. He's more muscular. The other two were lithe and athletic looking. This guy, I think, gym. Does that say gym work? You look at his physique, you think immediately a lot of gym work.
Yeah, you can see that he's well trimmed out.
Yeah, and shoulders, uses the shoulders well, fit, athletic. Of course, with the game, the power game as it is in cricket. Cricket definitely has shifted. The needle has shifted towards the power game. All the players, the younger players, these guys are 16-year-olds. They're hitting the gym. They're building up their physiques for the game, this new age of cricket.
And also important for young fast bowlers as well is to be on a program where strength and condition takes priority as well, Vidya.
That's right. Straight to the fielder again. No run this time. So this is a nice start here for Palmer. And that is the end of his first over. Just a 1 run off it. So a nice tidy start from him. 31 for 3 after 12 overs. Trinidad and Tobago. So there is the eastern side of the ground, as you can see. So there's some cloud, but there's some blue sky. A lot of cloud, but it's those puffy cumulus clouds that come across from the eastern side. It's the nimbostratus cloud, which I'm sure you know, that those dark colored ones, that's the one to be fearful of.
So with the covers being on for an hour, Vidya, one would expect that some of that moisture that is lodged in the surface, that will definitely be at the top of the surface. So the seamers will continue to enjoy themselves here at the Power Gen Sports Club.
Certainly will, and as we were thinking, might see another over. It is Edward who is going to continue here. And he's coming over the wicket once again to the right-handed James. Oh, that looked pretty good in terms of the appeal. They look very confident there. Let's see where that pitched.
That must be very, very close indeed.
Yeah,
Possibly that stride that he took out, and when playing forward, possibly saved him there a bit, video.
Yeah, maybe just struck outside the line there. His left arm over the wicket. But I tell you what, that was very, very quick. It seemed that James, maybe his footwork hasn't quite adjusted as yet. Oh, that's through the gate this time. And between bat and pad there. And James, look at this. Now the front foot has gone nowhere again, just like the last delivery.
Yeah, so James really struggling against the swinging ball here, Vidya, not moving back and across and picking up the line of the pitch of the delivery with the back foot. So there he was stuck again, just playing away from his body. He might be well advised to just really regroup himself and play the ball as late as possible.
Yeah, that one allowing that to go a little wider there from Edward. Yeah, and Orlando James, Scarborough Secondary school player. Scarborough Secondary, one of the fine schools for sport in Tobago. He also plays for a club. A lot of these youngsters, we've been asking, some of them don't play for clubs at all. But he actually plays for the Scarborough Mason Hall Club in Tobago.
But I wouldn't be surprised at all in the very near future, video, that someone of the like.
Nice looking push for the on drive, gets one. Easy, nice and easy there for Orlando James.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me a bit, video, sometime in the near future, possibly in season 23, someone of the like of Orlando James finds himself a club in Trinidad and Tobago so that he could continue his development as a cricketer.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is the case where you tend to find that cricketers from Tobago have to come to Trinidad if they are to address the selectors at a higher level. And that is something that I see that the cricket board are addressing. A renewed interest in developing cricket in Tobago. This one is played straight to backward point. There's no run. Yeah, there was a series that took place a couple of weeks ago in Tobago at Shaw Park, where Trinidad and Tobago, a Trinidad representative team played a Tobago representative team as a way of picking players for future representation for the players of Tobago.
And it's a good initiative because I tell you what, it gives the Tobagonian players an opportunity to showcase their talent with the national selectors in attendance.
Edward has been so good today. He's in his seventh. That's the end. That should be the end of his seventh over. Oh my, the rain is coming back down again. This time it's come from a blue sky. Where does it come from, Anil? You're the local weatherman.
Well,
how was your knee?
Well, it seems to be coming from the wrong side, but it normally comes from that Clark Road area, but it's coming from...
Well, explain Clark Road. Clark Road is towards the right side of the picture, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Clark Road, one of the rival clubs. I don't think if you're in Power Gen, Clark Road is not one of the clubs you want to mention a lot because they're bitter rivals here. But those local rivalries aside, that area is where the rain has come from. So a little bit surprising. Was looking good in terms of the players continuing on here, but the rain has come down once again. I do have a feeling this is not going to be as long an interruption. They'll feel they will have to get some time for the field to dry off. In the meantime, the teams came off with the score at 29 for 3. It was 29 for 3 and 10.1 overs. So we have gotten 10.3 overs, excuse me. And we just got in over and a half, 2.5 overs and a half basically. And now we're back off again. So sad news here from Power Gen Sports Club Pinal, where Trinidad and Tobago are 32 for 3 after 13 overs here. And, we'll keep you updated and tell you how things progress after the rain break and how this match will be affected once again.
Cricket 360, the #1 link for streaming sports in Trinidad and Tobago. Like, follow and share our Facebook and YouTube platforms for all the live action. Cricket 360, we bring real sport to your virtual world. Cricket 360, the #1 link for streaming sports in Trinidad and Tobago. Like, follow and share our Facebook and YouTube platforms for all the live action. Cricket 360, we bring real sport to your virtual world.
Welcome back to PowerGen Pinal Sports Ground here in southern Trinidad. It is the continuation of the Trinidad and Tobago Leeward Islands match here at PowerGen Pinal Sports Club, CWI Rising Stars Under 17 Super 50 Championship 2022. This is round 3, and Trinidad and Tobago still in some serious trouble. 32 for 3 after 13 overs. Kavir Budusing on 5, Orlando James on 2. There was a rain break. First one started at 10:17. We came out for just about 15 minutes. Another rain break, but finally we're back out at 12:30. So it is going to be, looks like we're going to have a protracted period perhaps of play here. There's also away to our right some more clouds coming from the western side of the ground. Hopefully it'll hold out and TNT can continue. This game has been reduced now to 42 overs a side and 42 overs a side, and the first session is due to end at 2:28. 25-minute interval. That's where the time has been made up by cutting short the interval, and the teams have had their lunch. So in terms of the bowlers, 2 bowlers will be allowed to bowl 9 overs, the other 3 8 overs, and the power play the final power play will start at the 34 over mark. So that's what's happening here today for this match. Just keep you up to it, and so in case you're wondering, you're a fan of fast bowlers, well, the fast bowlers quota is 17 for the remainder of this match, and of course if there are any further rain breaks we will update you on that. Those are the revised match parameters as provided to us by the third umpire here, Avinash Narain. I don't know if it's me, but every time I come to work Avinash is here too. I'm sure he'll get his chance out there. Palmer to continue from the southern end, and he bowled a really tidy first over, just 1 run, and Palmer is back on, the well-built young right-hander, and he is from St. Martin. 5 of the players on this Leeward Islands team are from St. Martin, the Dutch territory, and which has provided us with Casey Carty, first player from St. Martin to play for any representative team of the West Indies. And you look at what we're seeing here from Palmer, you would feel that perhaps Casey Carty is just the tip of the iceberg. Casey Carty debuted for the West Indies in May 2022, and one would remember him back in the 2016 World Cup final, when West Indies won his 52 not out of 125 deliveries, led the West Indies to a surprise and stunning victory over India in the 2016 Under-19 World Cup final. Big hit, doesn't go anywhere, a little time in the shot. James going for a big one here. Wasn't a great sound off the bat. Just one more to him. 34 for 3. And just to develop a little bit more on that St. Martin point, Yannick Honore, Samuel Morton, Nathan Edward, the captain, Michael Palmer, of course, as we mentioned, and Randall Longville, all of these players from St. Martin, the Dutch part of the island. Full toss, that's some runs here. Might be just one. Didn't get far outside of the covers. Tell you what, it's very good that it did not go for the second run, because that would have been disastrous here for the Trinidad and Tobago team. And with the heavy outfield, it was heavy at the start, and now with the 2 rain interruptions, it's going to be even heavier now. So the Pacers doing the job here for the Leeward Islands. It remains to be seen when the spinners come on, how difficult it's going to be for them, especially with this wet outfield and the wet ball. The white rag might turn out very quickly. St. Martin, there's just one ground, I'm told, in the Dutch side of the island. St. Martin is a Dutch overseas territory, and the one ground is at Carib Lumberyard. Many would remember that not for good reasons, but for negative reasons. Brian Lara had his arm broken there by Lionel Baker years ago, back in 2008. Nice shot there by James. He does look a picture when he stands tall and drives, but no run resulting. Yeah, that was Brian Lara's last first-class match. Got a rising one that struck him on the arm, broke his arm. He never played first-class cricket after that. But the Lumberyard, and some great work being done in St. Martin. So we're seeing so many of these young players coming out. Rishi Singh, who is the assistant coach of the team, man from Guyana, he's spent 27 years in St. Martin, and he's been coaching at the Leeward Island setup for the last 5. His name would be certainly among those who's influenced these players. Oh, it's misfield. 1 for TNT. Budu Singh on 6, James on 3. And that is the end of Palmer's second over. Just 3 runs off the over, and at the end of 14. And the return over here as we're back from the rain break, 36 for 3. Anil Lakan has slipped in beside me, and we're going to take a short break. We'll be back with more after this. Welcome back, and it's going to be another bowling change here for the Leeward Islands, and Michael McKenzie is now going to be coming on here to bowl. Right-arm bowler out of Antigua. It looks like we did talk about difficulties for the spinners. Well, we're going to see spin for the first time here as the off spinner is on, bowling to Orlando James. Let's see how he progresses. Anil Lakan has slipped in beside me. Always going to be tricky for the spinners with the rain around.
Well, it's going to be a challenge. The wrist spinner especially, because with a lot of the surface is a lot greasy at this time of video, just having come off the rain break. So it's going to be challenging for the wrist spinner to keep gripping that ball, because when that ball is hit into the outfield, it's going to get heavy. It's going to at least, be a challenge.
Yeah, it certainly will be. So let's see how he adapts. So far, so good for him. Everything online. So this ball will be turning away from Orlando James. And so far, not a lot of spin. His arm action is very, very quick. Slower delivery this time, driven out to cover. Slip in place. There's also a backward point in place. Cover point. And the fielders outside of the boundary are at long off and deep in wicket. Mid on in place, and the backward square leg. Flighted, driven through the covers. There's a deep cover in place also. Actually, I think he's in the circle. From this position, he looks a little bit deeper, but just one more to the total. So, yeah, you mentioned the difficulties, and of course, the leg spinner has the added difficulty of being a wrist spinner. Always likely you may get that one that he's going to drag down.
Well, what is very impressive from skipper Nathan Edwards, what he has done immediately with it is give him the protection the boundary riders. So in the event that he were to bowl a full toss or pull down the delivery, he has that protection on the boundary. So that will give him some kind of confidence, going into his bowling spell.
Trinidad and Tobago in some trouble here, but they will be very much aware that the Leeward Islands were bowled out for 90 against the Windward Islands. So they might suspect there could be a few batting issues they could exploit. Oh, that's down the leg side. He's going to get one. He didn't quite read the turn on that one well. And just to give you an idea of what happened there, Honoré, 18 in that game, and Longville, the wicketkeeper, made 35, and Yannick making 13. That's the end of the first over. Mackenzie's first over, 38 for 3. Here's Palmer to continue from the southern end, start of his third over. Should be 2 here. They will get 2 pretty comfortably. Oh, he could be run out. What's the umpire going to say? Well, the throw was very, very high, and that's, I think, what has saved the batter here. That's Budu Singh, who was going to the danger end, Anil. I think if that throw had been over the stumps, he might have been a goner. Fielding there was by Jewel Andrew, the vice captain. Yeah, I think it was the throw. If it had been a little bit better, he would have gotten him.
Yeah, more pinpoint accurate throw definitely would have had him in a lot of trouble there.
Well, that's a naughty shot there by Budu Singh, looking to drive one that wasn't full to him and tried to play it off the front foot, and could have gotten an edge. It's still a slip in place.
Palmer is extracting a lot of bonks and movement off the surface bit here, and he's definitely troubling the likes of Kavir Budu Singh. He was beaten for pace there with that delivery.
He certainly was. Here's Palmer to continue from the southern end. Nice looking shot, but straight at cover point. There's no run again this time in the 16th over here. And Windward Islands, to remind you of how things went in the second round, Windward Islands were beaten by Jamaica by in a big way. That was 186 runs in that. Leeward Islands also going under in their second match. Should be 1. Sort of losing his line now, because this is not for the first time we're seeing the ball played on the onside.
Yeah, so bowling on both sides of the wicket. Palmer just possibly striving for that extra yard of pace video and losing his direction with a couple of deliveries in this over. But I like the look of this young man. He seems to be strong and wiry. And with the covers just being removed, the surface still has a bit in it. And he's really hitting the deck and getting that ball to slide off.
That's right. So Leeward Islands trying to repel TNT here. Slight bit of recovery for TNT. 41 for 3 at the moment. Full toss. That's that's going to hit. What does that hit? Hit the stumps here. Was it off the hand of the bowler? Let's see what happened. It definitely hit the stumps at the non-striker's end. Yeah, I think it's just bat to stump here. He lost out on a couple of runs.
Yeah, Joshua James would be asking himself, I was possibly robbed of a couple of runs at least. James.
Yeah, he has to pull himself together. Here's Palmer running in towards him again, the right-hander out of Tobago, one of 8 brothers who play cricket. Oh, nicely worked. He looks very elegant when he plays that shot, James, and picks up another one. So this is how he really takes his time. He plays himself in, he picks up the singles, and then he can be explosive later on. 16 overs gone after 16. Trinidad and Tobago 42 for 3.
So James cashing in on that delivery. Palmer just getting a bit straight, and he worked that ball really nicely using subtle wrist, getting it into that mid-wicket region, and the score moves up by 1. TNT moves up to 42 for 3 after 16 overs. Kavir Budu Singh is on 10. and Orlando James, he's on 6. So a lot is going to be dependent on both these batters here with a range-shortened game, 42 over here.
Here's Mackenzie to continue. Oh, he's driving at that one, James. And not cleanly taken by the keeper, but he didn't touch it anyway. Mackenzie took 5 for 75 in his 10 overs in the last game against Barbados. That was in that defeat by 115 runs. So the defending champions, after losing to Guyana in the first game, back on track with a big win against the Leewards in the last round. And Mackenzie, though, taking those 5 wickets. Just to remind you how things went in that game, Anil. Barbados 278 for 8, 100 from Nathan Seeley, 100 not out of a 78 balls from Seeley. He's one of the fine young Barbadian batsmen coming up. I haven't seen him yet, but looking forward to see something of him before this tournament ends. Nicely driven. We'll get 1 here, James. And Mackenzie got 5 for 75, 2 for 38 Watley in that match. And however, I think it is the batting that certainly has dogged the Leeward Islands in this tournament. They were bowled out for 168, 38 from Jewel Andrew, 18 from Cornwall, 13 from Toppin, and 18, as I mentioned, from Watley later on. Palmer, who we saw in the last over, he got 13 opening the innings. So this man did the trick for them in the last game, and they'll be hoping he could do more for them. Here's a wide served up by him.
So not a bad time a video for the leg spinner to come into operation. Just after the resumption of play, you know, the batters have to reset themselves, and if he could really hit his line and lengths consistently, I'm sure he's going to possibly create a bit of concern for the TNT batters.
Yeah,
because this power gen surface is noted, at some stage to really start ripping.
Yeah, it certainly does. And when you think of some of the spinners who played here over the years, Samuel Badri made his name here for power gen. That's a good delivery. Dave Mohammed also played here. The left arm wrist spinner for Trinidad and Tobago was also here for a while. Varun Samaru, who would have played for West Indies under 19, he was also here.
So quite a number of household names in terms of spinners have made a career right here at the Power Gen Sports Club.
Well, it's an appeal here. Umpire says, well, it's not out, so he's going to survive here, the left-handed Budu Singh. He's on 10, 7 for James. After 17, Trinidad and Tobago 44 for 3. Spectators are coming in all the time here. It's just about lunchtime, so enjoying their lunches. Away to the western side of the ground. No run this time. And certainly they are enjoying themselves. And it's good to see the sunshine back out. Blue sky and puffy white clouds at the moment and hot sunshine. But it may not be a rain interruption later on during this Trinidad and Tobago innings. But those 2 interruptions have forced team management to recalibrate what they need to get. Here's Palmer to continue. Hits that powerfully. Orlando James, I think he's finally finding his range, but that is you of knowing what the target is. What would your assessment be?
Well, at this stage with 17 overs completed video and 25 overs to go, you're possibly looking at possibly 125, 130 to add to what it is at the moment. So anyway, we should be able to, the coaches.
Well, this could be, it's just over the head of the fielder. It's not going to travel into the hands of the fielder, just eluding him. And James didn't quite get on to that one. Bit too pacey from Palmer. Too fast for him that time.
Well, Palmer is showing that he does pack the punch, and he's hitting the deck really hard. And what he has been doing, video practically, is that he's varying his pace, so he's not predictable, and the batters are not able to line him up in terms of really taking him on.
Round the wicket to the left-hander. Didn't come off the meat of the bat that time, but still one here for Budu Singh. He's on to 11. Yeah, so, but you would feel that Trinidad and Tobago possibly about 5 and over in those 43. 215 or so should be
I would say
about right.
I would say about 200, 210 video, anywhere around that, but they'll have to bat really well to get to that score. There's no history in terms of what the tournament has provided at this venue video. So in terms of a past score, even for us here in the Combox, it will take a while before we could really assess that as well.
Well, to get to 150 from here, they'll need in the region of 6 and over to do that. So that'll be a special effort here from these two, with the Leeward Islands on top and with the field wet and a little bit sluggish. Yeah, you're not going to get full value for your shots. Look at that nice looking push there from Orlando James. Yes, it was straight to the fielder, but there have been a few of them which have gone away from the fielders and have not found the boundary.
Yeah, the field continues to be sluggish with the amount of rain that we've had over the last 6 weeks. It hasn't helped at all in terms of the firmness of the surface. But nevertheless, Joshua James might just be tempted video here, not Orlando James, to not really trash the ball as such, but possibly just take the pace of the ball because it's not traveling on the outfield, and try and have that rotation taking place.
Yeah, placement is more important right now than the power. Oh, he's gone for another big pull shot here. Well, Leeward's appeal, but it's been turned down. So that is the end of the over. At the end of 18 overs, 46 for 3. This is how it happened. Maybe not quite as high as he thought it would come up to him.
So normally the pacer will want to get that ball just above the shoulder level, which is very uncomfortable for the batters to have control when they're playing that pull or hook shot video. But kudos to Palmer. He continues to vary his pace. He's slipping in that quick delivery ever so often, and he does have the attention of the batters here.
Yeah, he certainly does have that. Puts in that faster one. Well, here's Mackenzie. Leggy bowling from the northern end of the ground. Flicked away. The back foot was maybe the back foot was in the air as he played that flick shot. Not quite balanced. Still picks up one though. So
Palmer showing us a video that he's only got the leg break. We haven't seen any other. We haven't seen Mackenzie. My apology. We haven't seen any other variation. We've just seen that his stock delivery, which is the leg spinner. Now I'd love to see these batters and take him on, possibly by trying to sweep him with the length that he's bowling.
And that's exactly what they did try to do there, Orlando James. Now for the sweep shot, there is a deep mid wicket in place. James might be taking his gloves and walking away, but he's not out. In case you're wondering, no, he's just. He likes to take a little walk away and gather his thoughts and come back. Deep mid wicket in place. There is also a long on. Well, it's a long on now because that field is being sent back to the long on region. And he hits it a long way. He can clear that boundary with some ease. We saw him do it in the Bago T10.
And we saw him as well in Presal video, taking on the spinner and lofting him on at least 2 occasions over that deep mid-wicket region under the mango tree in Presal.
He hit that really well. So Orlando James can hit them a long way. He has to exercise some patience to stay in to benefit from those loose deliveries. Well, that's the one that's going the other way. And I'm not sure he quite read it. No, the umpire's hand is not out. He's not saying he's out. He was just asking if there's 2 balls to go. Yeah, that was the wrong one.
So height will definitely be a factor there for the umpire. It was pitching, turning, and getting a lot of bounce as well.
Goes for the sweep shot and will pick up 1. That's going to go close to the boundary here. They will get 2. So Just as you would have predicted, he would have gone for the sweep shot. He has done so. And you also asked about the variation. Well, there you saw it. He does have it.
Yeah, so he does got the googly in his armory. But it's great that these batters are now taking on the spinner by means of the sweep shot, because by sweeping, he now has to possibly adjust back. Yeah.
And when you pull your length back, you might give up deliveries like that, which is cut away for one deep cover region. And so Mackenzie in the wars here a little bit here. After his first 3 overs, 8 runs, tidy so far, and the 50 is up for Trinidad and Tobago. 50 for 3 after 19 overs. Remember, the game reduced to 42 overs a side as a result of 2 rain interruptions, and the officials have been able to keep that under control. We haven't lost too many overs. There's the, well, I'm hearing some more rain. Where's this rain coming from? It's coming from the back of us, apparently, because it's blue sky, puffy white clouds in front of us, but from the back of us there's apparently a rogue cloud that has emerged. I know there are a lot of rogues in here, not you, but I mean, there are a lot of rogue crowds here by the looks of it. Cut away, 1. White third man. So just 1 more. So these two starting to look a little more confident. Is this normal for clouds to come from the southern part of the country?
It is my first experience with the rain coming out from the back of the pavilion video. But earlier on, normally the rain comes from that Clark Road facility, but we saw it coming from the power plant, which I would say is the wrong side then,
Yeah, this is the side where it usually comes from. Those clouds would certainly give you an idea of where the weather comes from here in Pinal, not where it's coming from for the moment. Yeah, he had to jump to play that one a little bit higher than he anticipated, Budu Singh. And as Palmer continuing his good work here for the Leeward Islands. Earlier we saw Nathan Edward and Yannick Watley bowl a really good spell. And Trinidad and Tobago losing their opening 3 wickets. But since then, there's a bit of a partnership developing now between these two.
Yeah, so a lot is going to be dependent on both these batters to take Trinidad and Tobago possibly over that 100 mark and look to accelerate in the next 10 overs or so.
Hitting it on the up, but straight to the fielder. At mid-off, there's no run. And so Palmer is, as we mentioned, another one of those players from St. Martin. I was mentioning earlier, Anil, about the rise of St. Martin. Casey Carthy from St. Martin, the first player from that. And I was making the point that this could very well be the tip of the iceberg for that half of the country. Remember, half of it is French and half of it is Dutch. It could be the tip of the iceberg in terms of players coming from there. Nice looking on drive. They will get 1. They should get 2 here. Nice looking push on the onside from Budu Singh. He thinks about 3. He's going for it. Oh, it's a poor throw, and they've gotten away with 3 here. So TNT have stolen and pinched a 3rd run, and that is Budu Singh up to 15.
So excellent on drive from there, bisecting the middle onto his right and the mid wicket to his left and getting 3 runs. But excellent aggressive running from both Budu Singh and Orlando James. So good signs here with the TNT batters showing some intent, and it's required going into the middle and the back end of this innings.
Rain has stopped now, though, and everyone's settled back into their rhythm. It's just drizzling slightly right now. Yeah, it's just a slight drizzle. And the 2 umpires have kept control of things well. But St. Martin, not a traditional powerhouse of cricket in the West Indies. So we have currently Casey Carthy on the West Indies team in this one-day international series against India, which concludes tomorrow, by the way. We have 5 players here in this Leeward Islands team. Nicely worked off the legs by James. 1 more. And that's really a positive development for West Indies cricket, because many of the players have come out of the main 6 territories. By the way, after 20 overs, it's 55 for 3. We'll come back to that. Welcome back to Powergen Pinal. The umpires today are Imran Mokan of Guyana and Ryan Willoughby of Barbados, driven back to Mackenzie. And these two umpires would have been in charge of the Trinidad and Tobago Jamaica game. And umpire Narayan was also there as the third umpire. He wasn't too displeased when I knocked his table over in Presal, though. Wouldn't get a single this time. And from Inshan Ali Park, we're here in South now, Anil. This has been, it's just about maybe, is it about 30 kilometers or so? A bit more, 40, in the region of about 40 kilometers.
I would say about
south.
40.
Yeah. So you're coming south and from Port of Spain. It's going to take a chunk of time to get here. Off the pad this time. They won't go for the single. Three players converge on that very quickly.
But it's great video to see that cricket is coming out into the outskirts of Trinidad and Tobago, and it gives the opportunity, you know, for a lot of youngsters who may not have the opportunity to travel possibly, you know, at the venues in Central, you know, to have a look at these games. You know, these games are coming. This game coming to Powergen, you know, will do the world of good for this community of Pinal.
Yeah, it is. Community of Pinal, very large area here in South Trinidad. Debe is close by, that's your hometown, and I'm sure there's a fierce cricketing rivalry between Debe and Pinal.
And there's also a fierce cricketing rivalry between Powergen and Clarkwood United.
Yeah, it's a little bit to the east of here. Comes off the, it beats the fielder, and they will get the single. Misfield here by the Leeward Islands. There have been a couple of those. And they get two. That's two good runs there for Orlando James.
So a bit of a misfield here from the fielder, backward point, possibly taking his eyes off at the very critical moment as he was about to hold it in. And what must have contributed as well, the outfield does have a lot of grease on it. So that may have contributed as well. But nevertheless, TNT will take that. The score moves on by 2. It's 57 for 3.
Down the leg side, more runs here for Trinidad and Tobago. They will get 2 more. And after that initial burst of 3 wickets, well, the Leeward Islands have not been able to pick up any since then. Leg byes that time, flicking off the pad. End of the over. 21 overs gone. Trinidad and Tobago 59 for 3. But just on that... And getting players from these smaller islands like St. Martin in the Leeward Islands, it certainly is positive to see more players coming up from these countries that are not traditional sites of getting cricketers in the West Indies.
With the likes of Casey Carter coming out of St. Martin, it definitely will do a lot in terms of the development of the sport, and also, you know, Casey Carter being on the senior West Indies team as well, he will be like a role model for the youngsters like guys in this team, to try and emulate.
You're right, because actually when he came back from the World Cup in 2016, I understand that the two leading politicians of the country were there to greet him. That's how big an achievement that was. He's the first player from that country, the Dutch overseas territory, to play for a West Indies representative side. Now remember, as it is a Dutch territory, he does have the option of representing the Netherlands at international level.
So he could have both sides of the world, if you want to say, if we can say that option to represent both countries.
Well, I guess many are pretty glad he chose the maroon over the orange, l'orange as they call it.
And he has been doing himself a lot of justice, given the opportunity, the limited opportunities that he have thus far. He's showing that he's one for the future. Casey Carty, he continues to get scores in the 30s and 40s, and it's very encouraging signs, not only for himself but for West Indies cricket.
Palmer just a ball into his 6th over now, and remember, 2 bowlers can bowl 9 overs. The other 3. If they use 5 bowlers, can bowl 8. That's a nice looking drive with a flourish. Straight to cover this time. And since we've come back out, well, the sun has come out in all its glory. It's very, very hot. And Anil Lakan, who doesn't sweat at all, he's like Alistair Cook. It is, well, you do know that Alistair Cook doesn't sweat at all. You're looking pretty cool and comfortable right now. Yeah, it is a hot afternoon, and certainly I'd love to be like one of the parents away to the left of your picture under those lovely almond trees. There are benches under there, and everybody's sitting and having a whale of a time watching their children play.
Yeah, the parents are very, very, very much involved in these games. Video providing a lot of support as well, you know, for their fans and well-wishers as well. So, you know, exciting times for these young men.
Driven. Oh, that's powerfully driven, but a good stop in the outfield. And I don't think Brent, I think it was Brent Joseph there who made the stop, but that was really well hit by the left-handed Budu Singh.
So Budu Singh continued to time this ball in a sublime manner, but what we have seen recently is he continues to find the fielders Video. So he possibly just need to play that ball a bit later and possibly open the feast and try and bisect the field on the offside.
In the air, but that's not going to carry to the fielders. It might go, well, I think that's gone all the way for 6 runs. Hit the rope on the full. It's hit the rope on the full, and that is 6 runs, as signaled by umpire Ryan Willoughby from Barbados. That one, he picked up with that beautifully, and the first 6 of the day.
First maximum of the day goes to Kaveri Budu Singh. Palmer trying to hit the pitch really hard here. Kaveri Budu Singh was equal to the task, getting inside the line and taking on the pull shot. And it hits the rope directly. So that takes the score on to 65. We just about past the halfway stage in this innings Video. And if we were to multiply the target, we'd possibly be looking at a pass score of possibly 130. But Trinidad and Tobago will want to get at least 170, 180 in the piece here.
Yeah, they certainly would. Last ball of Palmer's 6th over. Better delivery here from Palmer. And Budu Singh is kicking the ground in disgust. That will end off the 22nd over. Trinidad and Tobago are 65 for 3.
Cricket 360, the #1 link for streaming sports in Trinidad and Tobago. Like, follow and share our Facebook and YouTube platforms for all the live action. Cricket 360, we bring real sport to your virtual world.
So it's 65 for 3. There are the teams. That's the Trinidad and Tobago team camp. Riyad Emrit in there somewhere. I'm not quite seeing him, but I'm sure he's in there somewhere. Riyad Emrit, the former West Indies ODI and T20 player. Also played 84 first-class matches, 72 list A, and to date 146 T20s. He's going to add to that in a couple of months.
He's definitely going to be adding to that in a couple of months' time. The CPL just about to come on stream in the Caribbean.
Mackenzie continues on. James drives straight out to the field. There is no run again. And the former players getting back into it. Riyad Emrit, it just seems like the other day he was in the team as a 17-year-old firebrand, wasn't he?
Yeah, he continues to play straight across the globe Video.
Full toss, but that's through the mid-wicket fielder. They're gone for 1. They're going for 2nd, putting some good pressure on the Leeward Islands fielders. And they were back pretty comfortably for that. So they've not responded well to the pressure here, the visitors.
So the Leeward Islands here, possibly the Bongju Riders Video, I would possibly ask them to come in possibly about a couple of meters inside, because the ball, when it's hit on the floor or on the carpet, it's not going to them, it's not traveling to them. So it might just be advisable for them to come in a bit so that they can access that ball when it's hit into their direction.
Yeah, Tiwani Stevens was the last to do the fielding. Here's Mackenzie. And to the left of mid-wicket this time, so just going to be 1 this time. So, but the rate of scoring certainly has gone up. It's now just about 3. It was 2.6 after the first 5 overs. After 20, it was 2.75. So in those last 3 overs, 2.5 overs, we're seeing a renewed thrust by these 2 batters to pick up the runs.
And it's important that they show a lot of intent as well. And this one is worked a fine leg.
Yeah, they will get 2 more here. And another one of the lefties on the team, Wilden Cornwall Jr. here. Of course, the son of Wilden Cornwall, who was such a great servant of Leeward Islands cricket.
So Kari Buddha Singh just allowing that ball to come onto him and just use the wrist and work it down into that acreage of space on the leg side there, getting 2. So Mackenzie just possibly losing it a bit here.
Good delivery. That's where he needs to be bowling here to the left-hander. Just a teasing length outside the off stump, and Buddha Singh equal to it. We talked about the Trinidad and Tobago camp. We had Emirates, the coach, Rajendra Mangali, manager, Charlie as he's called. Very popular figure in local cricket.
And also the chairman of selectors of the senior team as well.
Yeah, that's right. Full toss this time from Mackenzie, and just a 1. As for the Leeward Islands, they have a very interesting setup. Their coach, the former West Indies player, Sylvester Joseph, who played 5 tests and 13 ODIs for the West Indies. Vastly experienced here as the over comes to an end. 71 for 3 after 23. And Sylvester Joseph, 95 ODI first-class games, 97 list A matches also. The man from New Winthorpes in Antigua. Shane Jeffers is serving as the manager of that team. And he also is quite experienced, 56 first-class and 19 list A games for a man from St. Kitts. And Rishi Singh, who we mentioned already from Guyana, he is also as assistant coach with the team. Jeffers is actually the head coach of the St. Kitts national team. So a lot of coaching options and a lot of good ideas from those 3.
Yeah, with those 3 combining together, Vidya, it really creates a huge think tank where that Leeward Island setup is concerned. And the youngsters will benefit from being part of that kind of setup in terms of the experience that they bring to the fore.
Yeah, you can't argue with that at all. Now there's another bowling change. Palmer off the attack. Wilden Cornwall Jr. into the attack over the wicket. And the left armour, yeah, so he will be getting this one to turn into the left-hander. And you can see Buddha Singh immediately trying to hit this one inside out there, Anil.
Yeah, Kavi Buddha Singh just needs to have a look here, Vidya, because he possibly would not have seen William Cornwall Jr.
Well, that doesn't stop him from trying to greet him with a boundary here. The field is outside of the 30-meter circle, or a deep cover for the left-hander. Well, let's look at how the field changes as the right-hander is now on. So they've stayed with the deep cover. There's a mid long on, and there's a deep mid-wicket in place. Now, there's something wrong here because Buddha Singh has gone down. He's clutching his stomach here. Not sure what's happened, but the medical staff already run on. That's the medic is on. He's this gentleman in the black here, and he's quite popular with the players. He's been there dealing with them, but this looking fairly serious here. Buddha Singh's abdomen, he seems to be in a lot of pain all of a sudden.
But I haven't seen any evidence where he was struck a painful blow or anything, anything of that nature, Vidya. So, it is a major concern. I'm seeing Coach Riyad Emirates.
Let's see what happens here. So left arm, cutting. So he cuts at this one. Now, okay, the camera goes away from him, but then as he trots down to get the single, then something obviously happens. Oh, he's run into the umpire. That's why. So he's run into umpire Willoughby. Well, umpire Willoughby was just trying to get in a position where he could see what would be happening, and I think the youngster has just run into a very tough and very fit umpire Willoughby, who is like running into a wall at the moment.
Yeah, so he's feeling the effects of running into that Mack truck there.
Yeah, umpire Willoughby is a very sturdy-looking umpire. Tall and just about 6'3" or so, and well muscled. So
umpire Ryan Willoughby, a big unit. He's a big unit as well.
Yeah, he certainly is. Umpire Willoughby and umpire Imran Mokan of Guyana out there for today. There's umpire Willoughby.
So for the sake of Trinidad and Tobago, Kavi Buddha Singh is is very much able to continue. And being one of the set batters, this Trinidad and Tobago outfit, they will want both these players to really push on video, possibly for another 10 overs or so.
Well, he's running as far away from umpire Willoughby as he can, so that might be a good move. So he's gone to the right side, so just stay away from the umpire, you'll be fine. Ran straight into him, and it might have been he has a little bag on his belt, on the right side of his belt. I'm not sure if he went into that. The umpires usually have this belt on with bags. It's not unlike Batman's utility belt, so because they carry a lot of paraphernalia out there.
Yeah, they do have a scissors, a couple of possibly tape, things that consumer items that possibly is needed at a moment's notice. A video.
Cornwall pushed that one in a bit faster. James looked a little confused after playing that one. Where did that come from, you saying?
So Cornwall Jr., not a big spin off the ball. We haven't seen any evidence of a side spin from him, but he just seems to be darting in those deliveries into the batters.
Another good delivery from Cornwall, and we saw his father for many years here coming up against Trinidad and Tobago. A bit shorter this time. He will work it down to long on to get one. Well, they're looking for a second here. He has to hurry back and does.
So short
better fielding there from the Leeward Islands. Mackenzie was quickly onto that.
So Cornwall just pulled that one down, and Orlando James, using that shorthand chop, get it down to long on in a flush. They got a single. They were looking forward to a second run, but the fielder recovered really well and was able to get a pinpoint throw back into the bowler.
Cornwall's dad, 53 first-class matches, 300s in there, averaging just about 23.89. Ooh, where did that go? Inside, they're appealing for, is it a catch at the wicket? That's most likely it, because that looked very close to the edge. And but he survives, Budu Singh. And at the end of 24 overs, Trinidad and Tobago are 73 for 2. So Trinidad and Tobago progressed to 73 for 3. Last wicket going down at 29 for 3. That's when we saw the fall of Jagisa. And since then, these two have put together a nice little partnership here.
To get this one to fizz away from the outside edge, Joshua Orlando James had no clue with this delivery outside the off stump.
Better here from Mackenzie, and you hear leg spinners talk about getting the right length and line first of all before you start to get the variations in, and that's certainly what he's done.
And most important,
edge dropped, first slip goes high and can't rope in the catch. They will get two, but James is looking unsettled here, and he's gone for a shot that has almost resulted in his downfall.
But excellent effort from the fielder at first slip. He was climbing tall to hold it in. Unfortunately for him, it just brushed his fingers and went down into the third man region. So Orlando James gets a life. But he's going to be focusing on the next delivery.
Jewel Andrew was the fielder at first slip.
In this Trinidad and Tobago, in a responsibility of trying to show a bit more intent. We'll just have to wait and see what's in it for the next 5 overs video.
Yeah, scoring rate at just about 3, so Still, we have 17 overs still to go. 17 overs still to go. Maybe about 2 overs away from the water break here. Here's Cornwall. Budu Singh plays stylishly out to cover. No run resulting. And this is something we talked about in the last game, about picking the gaps. We had that discussion in the second one day international also. Upishly! Is he taking the catch? No, it's just dropped short of him. And they will cross for 2. Well, I think has he gotten a run out? Yes, he has. Careless from Budu Singh. He was ambling back in, and he's found himself run out. He's gotten one, and he's gotten run out. Here's how it happened, Daniel. Yeah, I think that was a direct hit, and that's what's resulted in his dismissal here. It's a good throw, and it was Joel Alexander again, the number 8. Brent Joseph was the man who got the throw in. Brent Joseph, and youngster from Antigua gets the run out, and that is the 4th wicket down for Trinidad and Tobago.
So a bit of casual running there from Kaveri Budu Singh. Looking at the ball going into the wicket, and possibly, he could have tried and get a dive in there video, to get in. But the bat was in the air when the ball struck the stumps, and there's no way that he wasn't going to be given out there, run out. But at a critical juncture of the Trinidad and Tobago innings, one of the set batters gets out via the run out route. And for Kaveri Budu Singh timing the ball as well as he has been. This is at a crucial juncture at the Trinidad and Tobago innings, and one would have thought that he possibly, the mode in which he was batting in, Trinidad and Tobago was looking forward for him to continue for a very long time, but unfortunately he's got to go.
Yeah, he certainly has to go, and that was a good bit of fielding there by Joseph, and Brent Joseph getting the throw in powerfully. It hit the stumps, and Budu Singh was just ambling back. And even at the international level, we see this. Remember the run out in the first ODI just a couple of days ago. Nicholas Puran running out Shubman Gill, who was batting so beautifully, where he was run out for 68 there.
So Andrew Rambaran strides out to the middle.
Lefty, and he's on driving to pick up one as he starts off. And Rambaran had a good game in the last one against Jamaica.
So Rambaran, the Trinidad and Tobago coach, making a slight adjustment in the batting lineup. Rambaran coming down a bit lower down in the batting order. So Coach Riyad Emrid ringing the changes as well with making a change of the top of the order, bringing in the likes of Samir Sarup in place of Kyle Ramdu. But he had to make a forced change. Jason Agard did not pass the fitness test this morning, and Ratcha kept his place in the team.
Yeah, there were 2. Ratcha came in after that Jamaica game. Nice looking on drive again. This time by James, who has gone on serenely here to 22. He had that 1-6, but played a naughty shot in the last over. Was dropped at first slip. Let's see how he approaches the left arm orthodox spin here of Weldon Cornwall Jr.
But all kudos to the Leon Islands outfit. They've supported their bowlers with excellent fielding.
2 left-handers. Well, you've seen a fair amount of Ramdu, who's just come out, and Ramdu is from Fatima College, plays for Queen's Park Cricket Club. He did say that he plays for Fatima College, and this one's pulled away. Feel there's a cross to it, and just 1. They've gone back for 2, so that's 2 comfortably here for the Trinidad and Tobago batters, and they played in the under-19 team back in 2019. Over has come to an end after 26, 78 for 4. Full toss to start off the over. That's gone over the head of the mid-off fielder. They will get 2. And James is the aggressor here, coming down the track to hit that one. Just a small correction. Andrew Rambaran from Hillview College also plays for Queen's Park. And didn't he have a long time at an under-15 team? 2016 to 2019. Also played for the West Indies under-15s back in 2019. But James is headhunting at the moment, as a boxer might say. He's looking for the big hits right now.
So Joshua James, Orlando James, my apology, continues to show intent here, and it's required at just after the halfway stage of this innings, and with the likes of Andrew Rambaran partnering out in the middle, Trinidad and Tobago would really be looking forward to these two batters taking the attack to the Leeward Islands attack. Bowling attack. Mackenzie, none for 21. Just 6.5 overs gone into his spell. Oh, has that traveled? No, he's dropped it. Oh, he's dropped it. It went in and it's out. That could have been a critical juncture in the game here for the Leeward Islands, but that didn't carry. That's the thing. It's in the air. Oh, Edwards, I think, is the one who's dropped it. Is it the skipper who's dropped it? Yes, he has. Maybe just a little bit short of him. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But it was traveling like a tracer bullet towards him as well. He did extremely well to get that low down video, at least to make a stop, and made that attempt to catch as well. Nicely played by Rambaran. Again, it's beaten the fielder, and Honore failed to bring that one in. So a couple of misfields here by the Leeward Islands team, but that one should have been stopped. Yeah, so a couple of blemishes here in the field by the Leeward Islands outfit, but based on what we've seen thus far, this Leeward Islands team, they're a well-oiled unit. If they're on the back of 2 consecutive losses, they have to win this one to keep alive their shrinking fortunes of winning this competition. Wasn't to the pitch of that one at all. Just good hands, and he played that away, but he was certainly down the track that time, James. The over has come to an end after 27. TNT 84 for 4. And remember, Vidya, this tournament is played in a multi-faceted format, in that the first 3 rounds a game is of a 50-over nature, and the last 2 rounds is of a T20 nature. So, based on this being the final 50-over contest, the Leeward Islands, they will want to get off on a winning streak here. They will want to get off the mark here. Well, the Trinidad and Tobago flag displayed proudly. I believe that is the mom of Fariz Ali. She's there with the Trinidad and Tobago flag, and certainly showing support for the team. Here's Cornwall to continue. Cut away by Rambaran. More runs for him here. He's come out very aggressively, and he has gone up to 5 in quick time. 5 of 6 deliveries, and I think he's had the message here that we need to push the scoring rate on. Now, we know that James has been there for 59 balls, but he is one, he can turn it on quickly. Well, we've seen that in the Tobago T10 Fest, where he basically tore away some of those bowling attacks in Tobago, including his brother Joshua. Full toss. Oh, he should have done better with that. He just needed to get it through the gap between the bowler and mid-off. Could have picked up at least 1. Yeah, and it was so interesting during that Tobago T10. It should be 1 here for Rambaran. Yeah, it's called the Tobago T10 and not the Tobago T10, because the people of Tobago don't quite say Tobago, they say Bago. So if you're in Trinidad and Tobago and you say you're going Bago, that's what you mean. So it's called the Tobago T10. Clever bit of marketing, you have to say. And Joshua James was on one team and Orlando on the other. And Orlando gave his big brother some lashes that he will remember. For a very long time. Yeah. Cuts that away for 1. And yeah, it was a sibling rivalry in that Tobago T10, and they were 2 of
8 brothers that play cricket, a big family out of Wim, Tobago.
And I tell you what, Orlando James, he was fearless against Joshua. He was taking him to all parts at that Sid Gray Sporting Complex.
Flicked away, just going to be 1. Said you might be playing for the Jamaica Talawas, but when you're playing here against me, this is backyard stuff. This is backyard revenge.
But what these 2 batters have done really well here, Vidya, is that with the right-hander, right-hand, left-hand combination, you know, the adjustment from the bowler has not been the best, and the batters have been consistent, you know, able to keep ticking away at the scoreboard.
Water break coming up shortly. Good ball tended off here. Faster one outside the off stump from Cornwall, and that will bring us to the end of the over. His third over is done after 28 overs. Trinidad and Tobago are 89 for 4, and the players will take a short water break. We'll do the same, and we'll continue with more after this.
Cricket 360, the #1 link for streaming sports in Trinidad and Tobago. Like, follow and share our Facebook and YouTube platforms for all the live action. Cricket 360, we bring real sport to your virtual world.
So we're just about ready to resume after the water break. After 28 overs, Trinidad and Tobago 89 for 4, and they are, let's see, that's 15 overs, 14 overs still to go. We're up to 42 overs aside now. So it is Mackenzie to continue. That's good. He's been good here, Mackenzie. And 7 overs, none for 22. And now remember, 2 bowlers can bowl 9. Would you risk Mackenzie as one of those to bowl 9 overs?
Well, the manner in which he's executing video, I would definitely go ahead and ask him to fulfill that quota of 9 overs.
I'll agree with you there. He's been quite tidy. Just about 3 runs and over so far. Hasn't given away a lot. Only one batsman has really tried to go after him, and that is James, who picked up a 6 but almost got caught at a slip. That should be 2 runs there. That's a wide, and they get the extra run. So it's down the leg side, and the keeper, Randall Longville, another one of the St. Martin contingent, is the man behind the stumps.
Yes, so that ball spinning across the left-hander, but the wicketkeeper was not able to hold it in, and were allowed to get an extra run. So 2 wides to the total. That takes the score on to 91 for 4. Rambaran is on 8, and Orlando James, he continues his vigil. He's on 26.
Kabir Budu Singh was the one who hit the 6. It was actually against Palmer. Just apologies to the family of Mackenzie. Yes, there was no blemish in his bowling. He's been quite good today. 7.5 overs, none for 24. Oh, he almost got another one there. That was just short of the fielder, and I think it is Cornwall. It was just short of him. That's for the second time in 2 overs against this bowler. He's tried again to hoik him over that long on position, and again he's almost gotten caught.
Well, what Mackenzie has done really well is pull his length back against Orlando James.
Wrong on. That's not going to travel to the fielder. He did well there, Honoré, because he was interested in coming in at that. Then he saw it was going to drop well short of him and decided, I'll just save the 4 rather than go for a low percentage catch.
Orlando James would be very disappointed here with Mackenzie sewing up a long hop. He could have hit that anyway, but only succeeded in finding the fielder at backward square, sorry.
Yeah, straight at the fielder. If that had gone either side of him, that would have been 4 for sure. So, dot ball to end off the over after 29, 92 for 4. So again, we come back to thinking about this target. So they're going along at 3.17 and over now. So with 13 overs still to go, you're looking at possibly 40 runs still being added. That's 132. Is that going to be enough?
I don't think that's going to be enough at all, video. They will want to possibly get anywhere in the region of 160, 170. In order for them to achieve that, video, they would need to possibly go at anywhere close to 7 and over, and that will put them into the driver's seat with that pass score of 150, 160.
Well, 4 and over from here will give them 52 runs perhaps, so that would lift them a bit higher, but you think 175, 180 should be better. Yeah, it's been a lot of this hitting straight to the fielders, and that one went straight to Honoré at the extra cover region. Cornwall has not been bad. 14, none for 12 in his 3.1 overs. That's a little bit short from him. They should get 2. Well, James has to go for it at the top end and does manage to cross for 2. He's a fine athlete, Orlando James, and picks up 2 more.
So excellent running here, seizing the opportunity, hitting that ball straight as an arrow between the long off and long on fielders, and they were able to comfortably get back for that second run. But good intent shown by Orlando James. He possibly, looking at really trying to turn it on here at Power Gen.
James looking to use his feet there, but he's been kept honest here by Cornwall. So we're saying that 130, 140 might be on the cards right now. 170, 180 might be where they want to be. And does it at all matter as we watch Cornwall in? High over cover. This is going to go for 4. No, it's dropped into a soft spot. And that's made it very easy for the Leeward Islands fielder to get across and make the stop. Stevens was out there, the man from St. Kitts, and he stopped it pretty comfortably in the end.
Well, he was helped a lot by the outfielder, but excellent shot for Orlando James, rocking onto the back foot and lofting that ball over extra cover. Unfortunately for Orlando James, he did not get the value for that quality shot.
Yeah, I think he was batting with a 9-iron because that landed and just stayed pretty much where it was. Yeah. A lot of spin. Well, that's the surface, one of the soft areas on the ground, and that went nowhere. So you get 95 for 4 on a surface like this. This could very well, on a faster ground, could have been easily a 130 already.
Yeah, 125, 130.
But it's equal for both sides. But it might quicken up a little bit later on because the sun is baking down here as the over comes to an end after 30, 95 for 4.
Cricket 360, the #1 link for streaming sports in Trinidad and Tobago. Like, follow and share our Facebook and YouTube platforms for all the live action. Cricket 360, we bring real sport to your virtual world.
So after 30, Trinidad and Tobago 95 for 4. Oh, that's hit away. Mishit that. Just dribbles onto the onside. Will get 1. Should have done a little bit better with that because there were 2 deliveries in the last overs from Mackenzie here, which should have been put away. Well, this over has answered the question whether you would give him 9 overs. Well, he certainly has. Now he's bowling his 9th over.
But very lucky to get away with a no ball there. I thought that was just above the wayside, but the umpire's outside.
Oh, that's swept away. Still not going to go to the boundary. It's allowed the fielder to get across and make the stop, Wilden Cornwall Jr. So just 1.
So very well placed fielder there at that backward square position there. Going with the tide here is Andrew Rambran, but not really getting the connection that he would need to be the fielder out at that backward square position.
It's gone for a big hit. This is high over cover. Could this go to the boundary? It's very, very difficult to get anything there. It's just dropping and stopping. And that is a couple. We've seen 1-6 and we've seen 1-4. And both of them landed within meters of the boundary. Well, one landing on the rope and going over. The second one maybe just had about 3 or 4 meters to travel after that. So you really have to hit this one high, loft it into the open spaces to get boundaries.
And Orlando James, he's trying to take the aerial route on a consistent basis.
This time out to cover, just 1 more. And this youngster from Tobago, and you know, we talked about him and his family, and well, Joshua with the Jamaica Talawers once again. And there's another younger brother who's coming up who is quite a cricketer, I understand, just after Orlando. There's one of them on, and that the 100 is up, by the way, for Trinidad and Tobago, 30.4 overs. Nice stop, nice stop. Well done by the skipper, making the stop there.
So Mackenzie continues to restrict the TNT batters, bowling an excellent line and length, not giving anything away here.
Straight to the fielder, no run this time. And that's Mackenzie has now bowled out his 9 overs, and he's done his job here for the Leeward Islands. Gets a fist bump from his teammate. 9 overs, none for 30.
So excellent bowling from Mackenzie, bowling his leg spinners and googly here at the Sign Village Sporting Facility in Power Gen.
So there's an enforced change at the northern end. Mackenzie has bowled out his 9 overs on the trot. Of course, he's been aided by the breaks in between, which have made it more like 3 spells rather than one long spell. So Cornwall's going to continue from the southern end. And, well, who will you bring back? Well, Palmer. You still have, Edwards has some overs, Watley and Palmer. So you think that they would account for the remainder of the overs here?
Well,
Trinidad and Tobago batters not quite timing it. So just they're getting the ones. They're looking to push on with the scoring rate here. But the Leeward Islands have kept it quite tight.
Yeah, the Leeward Islands bowlers as a unit, they've been excellent with you, and they've used only 5 overs thus far, and it seems to me that we may or may not see that 6 bowling option coming into effect.
Yeah, that may not happen. It looks like a distinct possibility. Trinidad and Tobago in any of the 5 over blocks so far have not gotten over 20 runs in any of them. So that shows you how much control they've had. And as you see that, that's a short ball. It's pulled away for 1. And even when you're in this defensive shell and this defensive mindset, even when the bad balls come along, you're not going to put them away.
And the scoring is not helped by a sluggish outfield as well, video. So sometimes you pierce the gap, but you can't get value for your shots as well.
This partnership, there's 26 now between these two. Andrew Rambaran on 10, James on 35. Oh, that's pulled away. That's going to go. Has that gone all the way? Yes, it has. And that has hit the advertising board with some venom. And the second 6 of the match. And this time, it is James who gets it against the breeze.
So Cornwall just pulling this one down, but Orlando James pivoted and crashed that backward a square over the boundary for a maximum. So that will definitely help the scoring rate, video.
Certainly would. 8 runs off 3 balls already. Tell you what, James is starting to really time it now. A lot of his shots are just coming off the meat of the bat at the moment. And that one hitting the fielder, but not the previous one. Oh, he's dropped it. Straight back in to the hands of Cornwall and straight out.
But that one was hit with a lot of venom there, video. And it would have taken a lot of catching to hold that one in. Because the bowler into his bowling stride, and that was hit back in his follow through. So normally it will take, a great effort to get into position to affect that catch.
Yep, self-preservation definitely in that. You're just trying to stop that one. Rambaran hasn't quite gone long with it as quickly as James has in the last 25 balls. James 42, Rambaran 10. Trinidad and Tobago after 32 are 109 for 4.
Cricket 360, the #1 link for streaming sports in Trinidad and Tobago. Like, follow and share our Facebook and YouTube platforms for all the live action. Cricket 360, we bring real sport to your virtual world.
So we're back here at the CWI Rising Stars Under 17 Super 50 Championships. It is at Sign Village in Penal, Powergen Penal Sports Club. We're here in the south part of Trinidad, and what a place to be. Ground that has so many great memories. We're in the clubhouse here at Powergen Penal, and just behind us, you go through, there are trophies everywhere. And there are all sorts of wonderful reminders of what this particular club has achieved in national cricket, Anil Lakan.
Yeah, and they've produced some West Indies stars as well. You look at someone of the like of Samuel Badgery, Evan Lewis, to name a few.
Stevens is the new man, and that is hit. Well, was that gone? Straight to the mid-on fielder. Tell you what, I was looking for that one, maybe flying somewhere over Sign Village. It went straight to the field and he stopped it well. Oh, that's going to travel, and that's gone all the way for 6 again. And it is James once more who races on to 92. And, well, the crowd are dancing out there. They're waving the Trinidad and Tobago flag. I tell you what, they were scampering away just before that. Look at it.
So the 6th bowling option has been introduced into the inning. Stevens being the 6th bowling option here, not starting well. Orlando James taking full toll of that short rank long up served up by Stevens.
Tiwani Stevens, the man from St. Kitts. He's the only Kittitian on the team outside of the manager, Shane Jeffers, who is here also, the 40-year-old. So it could be a dangerous over here for the Leeward Islands if he doesn't quite get it right. Better delivery. He's got his composure together now.
Here's a nicely lined delivery, just shorter in length. And he was able to pull it back really nicely, having been struck over the boundary for a mighty 6 here at the Power Gen Sports Club.
James was going for that one again. This time he's only going to get one to backward square leg. But the flag, the lady with the flag out there, Mrs. Ali, she was ready to wave that flag once again. But I tell you what, Orlando James looking very aggressive out there, and he's nearing just one away from a 50. He missed out on a 50 at Inchanali Park, and again he batted very well there.
So ominous signs for the Leeward Islands feeling outfit out in the middle of their video. Orlando James, he seems to be on a mission here to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago gets a competitive total.
Rambaran gets another one that's short. Will that go to the boundary? Yes, I think it has. It's gone for 4. Another one that's pulled down here by Stevens, and Rambaran knew exactly what to do with it.
So Rambaran and Orlando James cashing in with the 6 bowling options of the Leeward Islands is being served up at this time. So 5 balls gone. 11 runs have been taken from his first over.
Yeah, 11 runs, a 6 and a 4. The most expensive over bar none in this game so far from Stevens here. And his captain has come across, and that's good to see from Edward across to him and having a calming, reassuring word with him. That's off. Try to sweep that one, coming off maybe the leg, possibly the back. But the over has come to an end with a dot ball after 33 overs. Trinidad and Tobago 120 for 4. So the scoring rate has now gone up to 3.64. It's advancing all the time, Anil. And with the scoring rate, which was 2.6 at one time, this is it's a significant improvement.
It is a significant improvement, Vidya, and it just goes to show 2 big overs just transforms the scorecard.
It certainly has. Remember, this game reduced to 42 overs aside because of 2 rain interruptions, one over an hour and the other just about half an hour. So we've lost possibly an hour and a half here. So the Leeward Islands with this lovely uniform of theirs in the maroon of the West Indies and the yellow. So very much reminiscent of the West Indies uniform, which you've seen a lot more yellow in it now.
Yeah, almost a replica of the West Indies colors.
Yeah, Leeward Islands in the 1990s certainly were the dominant team when it came to the first class scene and of course the List A scene in the West Indies. Things have fallen away, but here's another single for Trinidad and Tobago. They're looking for 2. They decide against it. But the Leeward Islands haven't been able to get it there. But there is the 50 for Orlando James. And the youngster from Tobago has brought up his 50 of 81 deliveries. And boy, has it been well received here at Sign Village in Penal. He's going to remember Sign Village for a long time.
And the Trinidad and Tobago spectators, all appearance, giving a hearty round of applause. It has been a very impressive innings from Orlando James, sticking his neck out when Trinidad and Tobago had lost 3 early wickets in the PCF video, and having scored 50 from 81 deliveries. It has been a tremendous effort, to say the least, from Orlando James.
Certainly has been. That's a wide this time, served up here by Cornwall. He's trying to push it through. He knows that the batsmen are looking to get after him now. So the umpire Willoughby just waiting for the acknowledgement. That's not stopped. Just casually down to it. And they could get 2 here. Only going to get 1 though this time. And has Cornwall injured himself here? Seems to be. He's not trying to catch it with the left hand at all.
Yeah, he seems that he possibly have gotten a blow to the tummy area there, Vidya, which is very, very painful when that ball is hit back at you at a rate of knots.
Yeah, ask Gudakesh Moti. He'll tell you he got his thumb fractured in that first one-day international after a really good start to his career, out with an injury. And that is hit powerfully back down the ground. Just going to be 2 this time. They're appealing for the run out at the bowler's end, but he was comfortably back in. Ramdu's very quick That is Rambaran, excuse me, and he got in there quickly enough.
So Rambaran seizing the opportunity to get that second run, and it just goes to show Vidya, with the intent of aggressive running, sometimes the fielders, you know, could be caught looking at what the batsman is trying to do rather than hold the ball in as quickly as possible.
Yeah, rookie mistake, isn't it? Round the wicket is Cornwall. James looking so composed at the moment. After this over, the Leeward Islands, they still have, is that 8 more overs to go. So let's see how they will occupy those overs. Pulled away, that's, I guess, going to be one more. At least it should be down to 1. Yeah, so 8 overs still to go. So you still have options with Edwards, with Watley and Palmer. Where would you go next?
I would definitely bring one of my seamers back here, because the batters, the Trinidad and Tobago batters video, they have gotten a measure of the spinners here. And I think that at this stage I will want to bring back one of my main strikers back into the bowling attack.
Well, I think these supporters will be a lot happier than with their team. When the local team was 29 for 3 at one point, it was looking pretty dicey. And they were pretty quiet, but the flags have been unfurled. They're walking around looking a lot more confident at the moment. And yeah, a few fists in the air, Nelson Mandela-like. I think they're a lot happier now. So the power play is just about to start here. Last 8 overs. So let's see where the fielders are outside of the ropes. There is one at, is that long on? There's one long on. One at deep mid wicket and the other at backward square leg, and no surprise that it's Orlando James on strike.
Yeah, he will want to take on the off spinner with the shorter side boundary here, where the almond trees are Vidya, and with the ball spinning into him, it might just give him that measure to take him on.
It is going to be Stevens, and Stevens had a torrid first over, 11 off it, a 6 and a 4. And James is going to line him up here. He's gotten his 50 personal milestones out of the way. Let's see what he does now.
But I'm looking Vidya at the spectator who is just on the edge of the boundary, and he might be well advised, you know, to take a few steps backward.
He might be advised of that pretty soon. There's 2 here for James, and his best score of the competition already. Didn't do too much against Guyana, but has a chance to redeem himself. And that loss to Guyana certainly has dented Trinidad and Tobago's, the chances of Trinidad and Tobago's chances of winning the game.
But I tell you what, Vidya, if the likes of Guyana were to be upset by some team, you know, you never know how it can pan out.
Well, that one he didn't quite pick up with that, so that's a good delivery there from Stevens. Yeah, so, and then with the T20 format tomorrow, and teams possibly having to move from one venue to the other to play their second game, that's going to be, it's going to be interesting tomorrow to see how the tournament pans out tomorrow.
Yeah, so we go into T20 mode tomorrow. Each team playing two T20 encounters.
James has gone for this one. Will that carry to the fielder, or is going to go all the way? It's gone all the way over Cow Corner for 6 runs into the makeshift stands down there at Cow Corner, and James has another 6 here to add to the growing collection.
So flighted delivery from Stevens, something that I would never advise bowling to the likes of Orlando James, and we saw in that Bago T10 blast video, you know, exactly how destructive this young man Orlando James can be.
Yep, but really advise the bowlers take a look back at some of those tapes, because he hits it really, really well. So some words for Stevens from the captain.
The
now
coach.
He's holding up to James once again, bowling to James once again, who's gone for a big hit here. Appeal for LBW. We got outside the off. Oh, there was almost a run out at the non-striker's end, and they complete 2.
So it's all happening here in Sign Village and Penal Video. A lot of boundaries. Orlando James taking on these Leeward Islands bowling outfit here, and at the moment he's getting the measure of them.
Well, there was a shot for an LBW there. Maybe we could, if we get a chance to see that back, it's going to be interesting. Stevens back in once again. 19 runs off his 10 deliveries on a full toss, and the keeper does not collect. There's 2 more runs here for Trinidad and Tobago, and the Leeward Islands have taken their eyes off the ball here. They've gotten a little bit ragged as the heat has gone up. These young men have wilted a little bit here in the hot sun in South Trinidad, but there's still an opportunity for them to pull things back.
So that one eluding the wicketkeeper, eluding the batter and the wicketkeeper. So the heat is definitely having a telling effect on the fielders out there, video.
Also on the batter, because James looked like he was a little bit winded there. Oh, that could go all the way for 6 again. Yes, another one. That one going for 6, and James, his second of the over. Well, he looked like he was winded before the ball came in. Don't think he's going to be after this.
So Orlando James trying to put the bowler off, and he did so successfully, not knowing exactly what line or length to bowl, pulling this ball down. Orlando James pivoted and deposited that ball over the mid-wicket region for another maximum. That takes Orlando James on to 67, and he's really motoring along here at the Power Gen Sports Facility here in Sign Village in South Trinidad.
25 off 2 overs from Stevens. I don't think we might see another over from him. 3 sixes already and a boundary he has conceded. So the 7 overs still to go here for the Leeward Islands, and this could get very ugly unless they take control of this. In the meantime, it is Watley, the opening bowler from the southern end. He's back at the southern end, and the left armer will go over the wicket, and he will be bowling to Rambaran, and Rambaran has gone along quietly. 15 off 22. He's turned over the strike as regularly as you would expect, and but James has been the destructive force at the other end. And
we could safely say as well, Vidya, that the 6th bowling option has not gone to plan for the Leeward Islands team.
So here is Watley from the southern end. Bright sunshine all of a sudden once again. Nicely pushed for 1. And Rambaran gets the singles. This is what he's done well, just picking up the singles. But James, let's see how he's going to... He's not going to stop attacking here, is he? He's going to stay with this very attacking posture.
Well, with the seamers back on now and pace on the ball, Orlando James, I keep saying Joshua James, I've spent so much time around Joshua James. Orlando James, he will, I'm sure it's going to favor a bit more pace onto the ball where he could possibly hit through the line of the delivery video.
Long on and a long off in place here for a shot like that. Let's see what he does. Did he get anything onto that? It's run down past the keeper. Has it crossed the ropes? No, it hasn't. And they've run for 3. There could be a run out. Oh, I don't think the keeper, there was no call to the keeper, and they ran 3. There was a chance for a run out at the non-striker's end.
So Andrew Rambaran really turning it on here at the Power Gen Sports Club, wheeling away in terms of the manner in which he's taken on the running between the wickets. He's been like Atto Bolden, you know, taking off the video.
Atto Rambaran, you're saying? But the 3rd run was all his, because James was content with 2, but he called them through, and he virtually demanded the strike there. They should get 1 here. James is going to get through there pretty comfortably for the single. So 1 more to Rambaran. James is on 70 of 91 deliveries, 149 for 4. The 150, we were saying 130 was on the cards. TNT are now on the verge of 150 here.
And that's testimony, Vidya, because the TNT batters have been really able to establish themselves out in the middle. What they have done really well, they've taken a calculated gamble by showing a lot of intent.
Hit straight, 2 fielders across to it. It's not going to go for 4, just a 1 this time in the very hot outfield, and very hot and humid outfield. That one just dropped in the grass and stayed where it was pretty much, slowed it down. And there is the 150 up for Trinidad and Tobago, coming up of 35.4 overs, 71 for James and 17 for Rambaran. Rambaran hits that one straight, just one this time. I don't think they'll be too unhappy with singles at the moment. It is those 4 balls and the 6 balls that's the problem.
So looking at the score at the moment here, Vidya, 200 could well be on the cards with just about a 6.1 over to go. You know, Trinidad and Tobago could get up to that 200 mark.
Oh, that's a slow one. Certainly defeated him there, but it's a wide. James didn't quite, he was looking for the pace, but trying to mix up his pace here, Watley.
Yeah, trying to execute that cutter delivery, slower cutter delivery, getting the line wrong on this occasion. Joshua James, you know, he's just looking to line him up now.
Oh, that's hit through the extra cover region. It's not going to go for 4 because, again, it's fallen. As soon as it hits the turf, it just slows down and it allows the fielder at that wide, long off position to cut it off. Normally, that would have run away for 4.
So
end of the over. And at the end of 36, Trinidad and Tobago are 154 for 4. So Nathan Edward is back now, and Nathan Edward, who has bowled 7 overs, 3 for 12. He's been the best bowler for the Leeward Islands today, and he's back into the attack. But I just have to find out from you what your thoughts on it. They brought in Stephen. He's been punished for his 2 overs. Did they perhaps wait a little bit too long to bring their best bowler back? Could they have risked him for 1 over at least to try to break this partnership?
Well, I think where it has really went away from the Leeward Islands bowling outfit is that they experimented with Stevens for 2 overs and that didn't work out for them at all. So what has happened now, skipper Nathan Edwards, he's had to brought himself back now to try and affect a breakthrough immediately.
That's driven beautifully. That's not going to go for 4. The fielders are across to it. They get 2 all the same. Well placed shot there by Rambaran. It's up to 20 now. And Trinidad and Tobago racing past the 150. And was looking like 135 at one point. Now at 175 is not inconceivable. 200 is also very much on the cards. What a fight back it's been here from TNT.
It has been a well-calculated fight back here. From TNT batters here, Andrew Rambaran caressing that ball past the bowler. At this stage of the innings, Vidya, there's no swing and offer, so he could take the opportunity to hit through the line of the delivery.
Just going to be 1 this time, out to mid-wicket. That one really got there slowly. The outfield. Oh, well, the batter and the keeper just colliding. I tell you what, Longville did well to hold on to that because that may have hit Orlando James in the head if he hadn't caught that.
Yeah, it would have crashed into his helmet.
Or worse, possibly a shoulder or so, because the helmet, the head is well protected. James is very fit, but it's been a testing afternoon for the TNT batters, especially these 2 who came together with the score at 76 for 4. Oh, full toss not taken cleanly here by Longville. And that's a wide, and they get the extra run. Well, they run 2. And James is back for the second run.
So both these batters here now really taking on the Leeward Island fielders, and they're crumbling here at this time at the back end of this innings here video.
Yeah, and well, I don't think we'll get any further interruptions for rain. It's very bright away to the right of the ground. A lot of blue sky, puffy white clouds, and we're here at Sign Village in Pinal, the magnificent power gen energy facility away to our right. Flicked away beautifully. They should get 2 here, and James has ambled through for 2.
So lovely execution of the on drive. James just leaning on that ball, caressing it down to long on, and they get back for 2 easily. That takes the score onto 162 for 4, and that takes Orlando James onto 77. How well he has played with you.
Yeah, he certainly has. 77 of 95 deliveries, so he is going on just over Shea Hope sort of strike rate. Of course, there's a lot of debate about Shea Hope, but there is still a place for batsmen like that in at the top level, as you can see. So James, 16-year-old, and strike rate of just about 75. Well, he's going along. His strike rate is about 80 now. That's not bad for this type of age.
No, he's showing a lot of maturity, showing a lot of poise, batting out in the middle here, this Power Gen Sports Club outfit here. So TNT scorecard 162 for 4 with just about 37 overs here. 5 more overs to go, and you add 50 to that total, we could be getting anyway around 210.
Oh, he's hit that high over cover, a chance at a catch, but the fielder can't get across to it quickly enough. And James has picked up 2. But that one was a very full delivery. I don't think it was over the waist high, was it? And James is pretty tall. He has long legs.
But the square leg umpire Ryan Willoughby, he was very interested, but recognizing that it was within the limit, decided not to call that no ball.
Yeah, unlike Rambran, who's a little bit shorter than his counterpart from Tobago. He has really long legs. There you go. That's a well-taken single. Oh, I think he's gotten him. Yes, he's gone. That's a really good bit of fielding, and that is the end of of Orlando James. He's been run out, and once again, it's Joseph who's done it. Brent Joseph has turned around and made it. That I believe is his second run out. Yes, it is Joseph, and he runs back in. He ran off celebrating by the boundary, and now he's come back in to congratulate. We'd like to take another look at that. But that's the end of the 37th over, and James has been run out here for 79. Here's how it's happened. Stabbed it into the offside, and look at this. It is a nice throw on the turn with the right hand, and he's gotten James a little bit short here.
So a wonderful piece of feeling from Joseph there, rifling in that return and was able to hit the stumps direct. And normally with the direct hits, normally the batters are found wanting.
Yeah, that one certainly looked from here. We're not exactly in line, but that looked pretty convincing there. But that's good work again by Joseph, who's now with 2 direct hits has resulted in 2 wickets. Budu Singh, who was looking good for 26, and James was 79. Now, James was the man who was powering the ball away. How is that going to affect your estimation of the final total?
Well, I believe that the likes of Andrew Ramber, and he will take it upon himself now to try and to continue to accelerate the scoring. He does have that ability to move on, and Joshua James, take nothing away, he has been nothing short of magnificent. Orlando James, my apology, he has been nothing short of magnificent during his stay out in the middle, scoring 77 valuable runs for the Trinidad and Tobago outfit. Yeah,
that's a small 79 in fact he got there, but here is Watley to continue, and the new batter is Fariz Ali, and Fariz Ali, the tall right-hander, will face up now. His parents are here, his sister here to look on, and they're everywhere. Wherever he goes, they're in support. Nice looking non-drive. He's off the mark immediately. Will get one.
So important for the likes of Fariz Ali to continue to rotate the strike and give as much as possible the opportunity for Andrew Rambaran to continue to express himself. So now that Orlando James has exited, the likes of Andrew Rambaran has a huge responsibility to continue to pick up the scoring and get as much as possible during this final trench of 5 overs.
Yeah, he's a set batsman. He's been there for a while. 21 of 27. Lifted that beautifully. That can go all the way for 6. It has. Into the clears the boundary by about 5 meters, and that is 6 runs. Rambaran lifted that. He's executed that absolutely brilliantly.
So pitching on the legs of Rambaran. Rambaran just using his subtle wrist, and how powerful those wrists video, just lofting that ball over cow corner for a maximum. So Andrew Rambaran has definitely taken it upon himself here now to accelerate the scoring, and he would love that ball with the pace coming on to him.
Scoring rate is now just under 5 and over. Nice delivery by Watley, but they won't get the single. No, they won't. There could be a chance at another run out here, but Fariz Ali is told to go back in no uncertain terms. But Rambaran 27 of 29. Now he's up to a scoring rate in the region of 97 or so. So look at how he scored up. He was just about 50 for a long period and gradually picked up the pace.
And Coach Riyad Emirates will be very, very happy in the manner in which he has executed.
And he hasn't done anything outside of that shot for 6. It's just about that, just pushing the ball into the gaps and picking up the singles.
Yeah, Andrew Rambaran is a quality performer, a quality player, and highly regarded as well. He's got all the skill sets, and I'm sure in the distant future, he's someone that we're going to be seeing, possibly at the regional and international stage as well.
Slow delivery. Well read there by Ali. Will get one more. Well, there's a way to our left. Spectators running onto the field and then running back off. I think they might have to get a quick word out to him that TNT only allowed 2 people on the field at the moment.
Yeah, and someone needs to remind him that waving that flag as well, he can, pose some danger for the boundary rider as well.
That's a nice looking solid defensive shot, and which picks up 1. This has been the difference with Rambaran as compared to some of the other batters who are just hitting the fielders a lot. He's been able to miss the fielders, getting into the gaps and pick up the single. 38 overs gone. Trinidad and Tobago 174 for 5. $174 for 5, and Rambaran 29, Ali 2, and we're here at Sign Village in Pinal at this amazing club, Power Gen Pinal Sports Club, winners of the Weeper 2020 back in 2008. Exciting tournament that was. Driven away straight to the fielder at extra cover. There's no run, and I'm sure you would have been around for that, Anil.
Yeah,
Power Gen winning that and the $1 million prize.
Yeah, a lot of cash back in the day video. But Andrew Rambaran, I'm fancying going inside out with the seamer, with skipper Nathan Edwards bowling team. He's looking to go over that extra cover inside out. Let's see how he goes.
Oh, he's lofted that. This could carry to the fielder who's under it. Takes the catch. That is the end of Rambaran. The catch has been taken, and the Leeward Islands have taken wicket number 6.
Yeah, so a mighty blow by skipper Nathan Edwards. They're getting rid of the likes of Andrew Rambaran just as he was about to change gears. Going high and hard, but only finding the fielder at the long on position there. So unfortunately for Rambaran, he has to go for a well played 28.
Yeah, so he's gone for 28, and that was really didn't have to go very far for that. It just went straight to him. And Mackenzie took it. Mackenzie, who had very tidy figures of none for 30, he just settled under, and he never looked like he was going to drop that.
Yeah, he didn't have to move a muscle there, Vidya. It was hit straight into his arms. He didn't have to do anything other than to take control of the ball. And out goes the wicketkeeper, Viran Bachu, moves out to the middle.
So Rambaran goes for 29, 79 for Orlando James, and 16 for Justin Jagisa, 26 also for Kavir Budu Singh. So Trinidad and Tobago built up momentum nicely throughout the innings, and now it remains for these two batters to finish things off. So it is Bachu. A little bit surprised we haven't seen him earlier. He got 50 yesterday, the last game for Trinidad and Tobago. And he's off the mark immediately. Curry's, in fact, getting that one. Bachu was at the other end. Now he's going to face up.
So Viran Bachu scored an impressive half-century against the Guyanese team at Gilbert Park. Trinidad and Tobago were in a spot of bother, and he batted and batted and batted together with Faris Ali to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago got that score of over 200 on that occasion.
So Bachu is in some form. That happened on Sunday. 59, not enough to get Trinidad and Tobago across the line because TNT were beaten by 9 wickets by Guyana, who are looking so ominous in this competition. Here's Edward again. Bachu advancing. Oh, it's a misfield. He's going to get 2 now. Should get 2. Oh, that's a poor bit of fielding there by Stevens, who's not having a really good game. He conceded 25 with his bowling of 2 overs, and now a misfield to his name.
Yeah, unfortunately for Stevens, that ball eluded him. But not the one of the days he will want to remember as well from the bowling crease as well, Vidya, having been carted around in his 2 overs.
Edward just has 2 balls to go in his spell, and not bad figures at all. 4 for 25. His 4th wicket picked up in that over, getting Rambaran to hold out to long on. Is that going to be a leg by? I'm not sure if he got a touch onto that. It is leg by. So a signal by umpire Mokan Imran Mokan from Guyana.
So a lot of regional umpires being part of this West Indies under 17 50 over championship here. Umpire Mokan out of Guyana, and we have the likes of Mr. Ryan Willoughby out of Barbados. Both these umpires are officiating.
Big hit. He should get 1 easily here. Ali, so that's going to be for him. Maybe a little bit surprised that Bachu, after getting that 50 yesterday, wasn't perhaps in the previous game wasn't pushed a little higher.
Well, I felt possibly Coach Riyad Emrit felt that he possibly need to shake up the batting lineup a bit, make a couple of changes, and we are seeing Bachu just coming on possibly 1 spot lower than he did on Sunday.
Yeah, he did shake it up. Sometimes you have to be careful not when you shake things up. You can also shake them down, but that hasn't happened here. 179 for 6. And we still have 3 overs to go here for this Trinidad and Tobago team, and it will be Watley again. Watley has 2 more overs to go. I think he'll go through to the end. Pulled away. That's going to go all the way for 6 runs into the fence, and that was powerfully hit. And while I was asking the question about why he's not here, but that was a powerful hit by Ali for 6 runs. That's why he's been promoted.
So Watley going for the cutter delivery. Faris Ali, he was camping on the back foot, waiting patiently for that slower delivery, and he executed to perfection, hitting that ball over deep mid-wicket for a maximum.
3 wickets against Jamaica, and possibly what should have been 4 wickets against Jamaica, and now showing his credentials here with the bat. I think he's a case here for perhaps a future TNT all-rounder.
Well, he's showing all the quality of, you know, having the skill sets video to move from strength to strength in terms of being an all-rounder.
Tell you what, and if he's going to be an all-rounder, and who would you think he resembles here? Full toss, just got out of shape there that time. It's a no ball. Too high over the waist, and the umpires have conferred and confirmed that was a no ball. So extra one, it'll have to be rebowled, and there's also going to be a free hit here.
So he's going to have the luxury where he can extend his arms there. So he will want to replicate the first delivery by scoring another maximum video.
So where's Watley going to go? Is he going to go full and leg side and leg stump here? That might be the logical choice. Let's see what he does. Tried for it, hit straight. It's not going to count if it's caught. They will get one. So that's one more to Trinidad and Tobago's 200, looking very likely now. Just back to Fariz Ali for a moment here. If you had to compare him to past all-rounders for TNT, who would he most resemble?
I'm trying to juggle my memory at this time video, but
you don't have to look far. He's in the tent as head coach.
The likes of Riyad Emirates.
That's right. He's around the same height. He's right arm over, and he looks pretty solid with the bat. Very much like a young Riyad Emirates. A ball then, what a ball! Straight through him, and that is another wicket here for the Leeward Islands. That was an excellent delivery. That's the kind of delivery he was aiming at with that free hit. But he's gotten it right here, and Bachu has gone for two.
So perfect execution of the Yorker, and that's what's required at the back end of the innings video. Execution of the Yorker right up into the buckle. Not much Viren Bachu could have done other than possibly try to play it out. He played all over it and was bowled.
Excellent delivery, and the first wicket here for Watley, who has 2 balls remaining in this over. 1 for 43. That was excellent stuff there from the big fast bowler out of the Leeward Islands, and Watley from Antigua, left armer out of Antigua, and good to see the rise of these left-armed bowlers for the West Indies at the senior level, of course. A couple of them, well, Sheldon Cottrell, there or thereabouts still.
The likes of McCoy.
Yeah. Obed McCoy, very much the man of the moment. Injuries just off the boil a little bit.
We have a very promising young fast bowler in Sharon Lewis as well.
That's right, and not to mention Preston McSween from Grenada, who has another one of the left-armers who has impressed at regional level. And he can bat a bit too, McSween. 86 against Guyana, batting at number 10 in a first-class game. Oh, that's a full toss, and Raghunandan not able to get across to it. The young off-spinner from TNT.
So TNT will want to get over that 200 mark video. So the likes of Raghunandan might be well advised just to get into line, play it out softly, and allow the likes of Fariz Ali to do the business at the striker's end.
Oh, good delivery. Yeah, very, very good delivery. Well lined here by Watley. That ends his 8th over, and 1 for 43. His figures after 40. Trinidad and Tobago are 187 for 7.
So with just about 2 overs to go video, 12 balls to go, if they were to score a run-up ball, they would get to 199. I'm sure skipper Coach Riyad Emirates, he would possibly want a few more, possibly 205 as the case may be. So a lot is depending on these batters here. Now Fariz Ali has that responsibility to take the score beyond the 200 mark.
Yes, they will. Just 13 runs to get that 200 mark. Not only does it is it 200 runs, it's 200 runs, but it's a psychological milestone. Just the fact that it's not 199. As we know, with trying to buy stuff in stores, 199 always looks a lot less than $2, doesn't it?
It is less than $2.
Palmer is back, and Palmer's bowling from the northern end. So Palmer is going to bowl 1 here, and I would think that it will be Watley to finish at the southern end.
Yeah, so Palmer having a change of ends video, having bowled from the sports club end, is now doing his duties from the river end.
So here they are. Here is Palmer. Nice delivery. Leg stump, full on the leg stump. And the long on fielder is very, very slow to get across to it. And they get two. Now with the slowness of the outfield, maybe it mightn't be a good idea to have that fielder straight out on the boundary. Because I tell you what, he also reacted very slowly to that there, Mackenzie.
So here we see Riyad Emre just interacting with a couple of the parents here on the long one side of the field.
That's well taken. Nice take by Longville. And that's a wide to add to the total.
So the fielders, the boundary riders, especially the straighter, the long one and long off, might just be well advised to come in a couple of meters in Vidya in order to try and stem that second run from taking.
But when I'm looking at the way the Leeward Islands have used their bowlers, Palmer, this is only his 7th over. He has 2 overs still to go. And I believe the captain still has 1, and he will not bowl that out. Oh. This is pulled away. There's a fielder after it. He dives and he gets the hand to it, makes the great stop. But the catch is not taken. But that was an excellent bit of fielding. And I think he saved a couple of runs here.
Well, you've definitely saved a boundary here, hoiking that one onto the onside there. Valiant effort from the fielder at the mid-wicket boundary there, trying to make a catch out of it. Unfortunately for him, wasn't able to hold it in, but he was able to save his team 2 runs. But that takes the score to 192 for 7.
Yeah, it was Weldon Cornwall Jr. who made the stop. And the dive was to his left side, and he got the left hand across to it. So that's the left-handed Cornwall making a brilliant stop. And I mean, those are the bits of fielding that can make the difference in a tight game.
Yeah, and every run save is always, pressure situation for the batters.
And Fariz Ali, 15 off 11. This has been excellent from him. Raghunandan still yet to get off the mark, as you suggested for him. Push and run. He's gone for the big hit here, and that's Ali, of course, and he's hit a couple of lusty blows already.
Yeah, Ali might just want to try and break up the bowling here, but Vidya possibly by taking a few steps further down the wicket to possibly get closer to the flight of delivery.
But have the Leeward Islands, I just have to ask, have they used their bowlers well? Because you have some of your better bowlers who have not bowled out in this game. Hit powerfully down to long off, because I think you would have wanted to see Palmer bowl out his full, possibly 9 overs, 8 overs at least. He still has 1 in the bag. The captain may come back and bowl the last over. He has 1 over remaining, and that'll leave the other bowler, Watley, with a couple of overs still unbowled. And
So
when you think that Stephen came in and bowled 2 overs in there, perhaps did the Leeward Islands wait a little bit too long to get the seamers back in?
Well, we were calling for the seamers a lot earlier, Vidya, but I guess Nathan Edwards, he had other plans as well.
Raghunandan decides not to go for the run. That was the last ball of the 41st over, so he will stay put. Ali will face up to the last ball of the innings. Remember, this game, the innings count has been reduced to 42 overs aside because of 2 lengthy rain breaks. So now it's the last over here, and Trinidad and Tobago 7 runs away from the magical 200 mark, a mark that we felt would have been unlikely, but now they've been able to pull this back significantly and get to 193 for 7 of 41. Who would you bowl for this last over? Should it be the skipper?
I would definitely, if I'm the skipper of the team, I would want to take the responsibility to finish off the innings here. Nathan Edwards has to take the responsibility here, Vidya, to finish off the overs.
So Mackenzie and Edward have bowled out their complement of 8 overs, so it should be Watley, shouldn't it? And Watley has bowled out. He's gotten his 8 overs, so that's one of the reasons why. And so they're going to make an enforced change here. And Toppin, who has not bowled for the entire match, is now going to bowl the last over. So I think things have not gone quite well in terms of the calculations here.
Yeah, they possibly missed over somewhere a video where they could possibly had slipped in one of their frontline bowlers.
Yeah, maybe the plan was, Cornwall wasn't exactly untidy. Stephen, perhaps, I think maybe just didn't have a great day, but perhaps Cornwall might have been the bowler here with the left arm orthodox against the two right-handers.
Yeah, and Cornwall didn't do a bad job as well. He was pretty tight as well.
Well, here's Toppin. This is a big gamble here for the Leeward Islands. Oh, and Ali has hit this one away. Will it carry? No, it won't. Gets one. That's an excellent throw from the outfield by Palmer. That was powerful.
Yeah, Palmer, a very wiry guy, very strong in stature, releasing that one from the mid-wicket boundary into the mid of the wicket keeper.
That's good bowling here from Toppin. Well, that's why he's been entrusted with it. If he can produce a couple more like that, good news here. But still, 194 for 7. It's going to be a tough ask. The Leeward Islands have not gotten anywhere close to a total like this for the tournament so far.
Well, they will have to score their highest score of the tournament in order to overhaul the score that Trinidad and Tobago is posting.
In the air, but past the fielder. They'll get one. They decide against getting the second run. So far, this has been tidy stuff here from Toppin. 2 singles of the first 3 deliveries of the last over is good going.
And rightly so that Fariz Ali taking the responsibility to finish the innings here. Vidya, having been the set batter now, he will want to at least get Trinidad and Tobago to that 200 mark.
Full toss. Didn't get all of that. Palmer, some more work for him. That's 2. At this time, the ball slowed down so much that Palmer had to track back to make the stop and get the ball in his hands.
So that takes the score to 197 for 7 with just about 2 balls to go in the innings. So Fariz Ali, he will want to finish here on a high, possibly getting a maximum here at the back end here.
Well, that's hit well. Palmer is under this. That's over his head. It's gone for 6 runs. And that is the 200 up for Trinidad and Tobago off the penultimate ball. 203 for 7. Badly lined delivery, slow delivery, and Toppin has been punished for that here.
So that gamble has not paid off Vidya in bringing on Toppin here for the last over of the innings, having gotten 10 taken off his over thus far. And the score being 203 for 7, and not a maximum, will take them to 209, and that will be a very, very competitive total.
Well, the young Antiguan, Zavek Toppin, about to bowl the last ball of the innings here to Fariz Ali. Pulls out of it. Fariz Ali, what an innings this has been. 25 for 60 of 16, exactly the tonic that Trinidad and Tobago would have wanted late.
Yeah, he's going about 150. His strike rate is possibly anywhere around that 150 mark Vidya, which is excellent.
Good delivery, very good delivery from Toppin. And Ali will get 1, and that's all he's going to get here. So he ends on 26 of 17 deliveries, and Trinidad and Tobago have posted 204 for 7 in their 42 overs.
So impressive batting from the TNT batting unit here out at Power Gen. Orlando James did a magnificent job by scoring a polished 77. He was ably supported by the likes of Andrew Rambaran, who got 29, and Fariz Ali finishing the innings in style here, scoring 26 from 17 deliveries. So Trinidad and Tobago definitely Vidya would be going into the break possibly with the momentum.
They certainly will have the momentum with them as they go into the short break between the innings, and we'll resume in just about 24 minutes time for the run chase, where Leeward Islands will chase down 205 for victory. They need to score 4.88 to win this game, and that has not proven to be very easy here on this particular field with this very tough outfield to beat. So that's the situation. Trinidad and Tobago, powered by 79 from Orlando James and 29 from Andrew Rambaran, have set Leeward Islands 205 for victory. Join us for the run chase in just about 25 minutes time. Welcome back to Sign Village in Pinal. It is Trinidad and Tobago versus Leeward Islands in the CWI Rising Stars under 1750 over championships, and Trinidad and Tobago getting to 204 for 7 in their 42 overs, based largely around 79 from Orlando James, the man from Tobago, leading all scorers today. 29 from Andrew Ramboran, 26 from Fariz Ali, 4 wickets for Nathan Edwards for Leeward Islands. But now Trinidad and Tobago will have to defend 201. That is because the Duckworth, through his pass score, has reduced the number of runs that the Leeward Islands have had to score here. They have to get 201 to win here. So Fariz Ali is going to start off for Trinidad and Tobago. Michael Palmer and Brent Joseph, who both gave their contributions to the game, will be opening for the Leeward Islands. Anil Lakan is beside me, Vidya Ramphal, here at Sign Village with very, very bright sunshine. And it has also brightened up the mood of Anil Lakan, as he's always bright with his mood. The TNT have gotten 204.
Yeah, so TNT batting first here, having won the toss, did post a formidable total of 204.
Well, Fariz Ali has started, and Ali has started with a slip and a gully in place, backward point and a cover point in the skipper Justin Chagisal. There is a mid-off and a mid-on in place, mid-off and a mid-wicket rather, short mid-on and a square leg also out there. Fine leg is on the boundary, third man is on the boundary. Those are the two men outside of the circle as we start. Wow, what a shot to this run chase. That is hit long over wide, long on for 6 runs. Well, what a start that was for 6 runs. And it is Palmer who's hit that away for 6.
Yeah, strong, wiry character is Palmer, hitting through the line of the delivery. And that ball has gone into the river, Vidya. So a lofty blow here by Palmer in the early piece.
I thought you were going to say a lost ball, but it is a lost ball. Here are the parameters for the second session. The second session started at 2:53. Remember, the power play overs are at 9 overs, and 34 overs is the start of the second power play. The match is due to end at 5:50 p.m. And the fast bowling quota is 17 overs for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Over 2 bowlers are allowed to bowl 9 overs, and 3 are allowed to bowl a maximum of 8. Well, Palmer's gone again after him. This one's not going to go to the boundary, but they will get 2. So Palmer started very, very brightly here.
Yeah, so Palmer looking to take on the TNT bowling attack. Getting into his work very early here, taking on Fariz Ali, hitting him over a cold corner for a massive 6. And now hitting that one over the bowler's head as straight as an arrow for 2. So that takes the score on to 9.
Ali's going to have to pull his length back here to Palmer, but not too far because he also has the pull shot. Yes, left that one alone and wide to start off here. And you can see that Ali is under pressure. No one has gone after him like this in the tournament so far, this early in the contest.
So Palmer has definitely ruffled his feathers here in this opening exchange. Not accustomed to be treated like this.
I don't think he's ruffled it. He's plucked a few out to start with here, Palmer. 8 of 2 deliveries. What a start. Yeah. Leeward Islands have, in their 2 games so far, they got 90 against the Windward Islands in that loss. Longville, the wicketkeeper, got 35. They also got 163 against Barbados in another loss. 2 losses so far. Andrew getting 38. Cornwall and Watley got 18 apiece. So it hasn't been a lot here, but they can change their fortunes with a win today. Behind square, Palmer decides to go back. Now they get the run. Misfield and a run.
So some untidy work there from Raghunan and that short backward square position. There's absolutely no need to be hurling that ball around. Just get it into the keeper's gloves and start all over. But that takes the score on to 10.
Well, TNT buoyed during the break by the news that Guyana have been defeated today. Guyana lost by 9 wickets to Jamaica. We were talking about how Jamaica were they were impressive in spells against Trinidad and Tobago. That's a nice looking fluent drive there from Joseph. No run resulting, but Jamaica started off so well against Trinidad and Tobago, but they sort of fell after their skipper Jordan Johnson was dismissed for 48, never recovered. TNT went on to win that, but that was a good win for Trinidad and Tobago with Luke Ali scoring an unbeaten 50. But today Guyana met their match against Jamaica. Jamaica firing today. And this has set up this tournament in a very interesting fashion. The first over has come to an end here. Fariz Ali's first over cost him 10. Leeward Islands are 10 without loss as we start off here.
So Palmer really getting the Leeward Islands a score after a flyer. But the video, one of the things that will come into play very, very early, possibly as early as this afternoon, is the fast bowling points that each one of the teams would have attained over this 3-round 50-over contest.
Yeah, of course, just as at the senior level, as we were doing earlier this year, there are points available for the teams that get wickets through the fast bowlers. It's a concerted effort by the Cricket West Indies Board to develop more fast bowlers and to really get teams to get those fast bowlers out there. There was a period, as you well know, Anil, that spinners dominated the wicket taking in the Caribbean. This is an incentive plan that has been offered up by Cricket West Indies to get teams to engender more fast bowlers in the game.
And I think Cricket West Indies could possibly enhance this fast bowling aspect of it by possibly having some pitches that are more conducive to fast bowling and encouraging young fast bowlers as well.
Well, I think some people at Guyana are just having a closer look at you here, Mr. Mr. Anil. Aiden Ratcher, who didn't play in that Jamaica game, is now here. The man who played, he's from Rio Claro, outside the off stump. Big appeal, but no nick on that. And he came in for the second game, and well, that was a awful game for TNT, that loss to Guyana. Just to tell you a little bit about this youngster, Rio Claro presentation, College San Fernando. That's quite a long trip around there, hour and a half perhaps to get to school.
Yeah, he's coming from a very long way.
Yeah,
to go to school into San Fernando.
Yeah,
which is not very healthy in terms of traffic.
Straight to the field and dropped. It was just to the left of Jagisa, who had to dive at that. And tell you what, he made a good stop. That could have gone for 4, but Jagisa unable to hold on to it, but it was a very good attempt.
Well, excellent attempt from the Trinidad and Tobago skipper, diving goalkeeper style. Was unable to hold it in, but it's important that Trinidad and Tobago continue, start by picking up a lot of fast bowling points.
Well, I think Shaka Hislop would have been proud of that stop by Jagisa. Got the wrist across through it, and a powerful wrist made the stop well. Still got the single though, but that was a really good stop there from Jagisa. He would have been happy if that one had stuck. Through the gap between slip and gully, they will get 1. They'll turn for a second. Pretty comfortably done here by the Leeward Islands. And Ratcher, as we were talking about, from Rio Claro, he plays for George Village Forest Reserve Club. And 2 members of our crew actually do play for that team.
Is it Shaq the Barrel John?
Yes, he is. I didn't say he plays well. He plays for the team.
So Joseph just allowing this ball to come on to him. And lead cutting it, playing the lead cut between that first slip and gully region.
Ratcher did not bat, left-hander, right arm medium pacer. Well, he was trying to, well, it was maybe a attempted a pull. It turned out to be a cut shot, and no run resulting. But they have decided, I'll tell you what, Joseph has decided to go after Ratcha here early.
Yeah, both these Leeward Islands opening batters, they definitely going to take on the TNT bowlers here. All to play for here, having not secured a victory thus yet in this tournament. They will want to register a victory going in tomorrow's T20 encounter.
Hit square of the wicket. That could go very close. That's gone for 4. Something we didn't see much of in the first part of the day, when shots like that would stop short of the boundary. But with the intensity of the sun here in the afternoon at Sign Village, the field has dried out well, and now the Leeward Islands will get better value for their shots.
They will indeed get a lot more value for their shots, but perfect execution of the square drive there from Joseph.
Allows that to go through, and that's is that the end of the over from Ratcha? It is. None for 7 at the end of his first, and the Leeward Islands have started off very well here. None for 17 of their first 2 overs. Orlando James, who was not on the field for the start, is just about to enter the fray. So he is on, there was a substitute on to start off the game, and he is heading on now. And I think is that Ramdu?
Yes, it is.
Ramdu is coming off. He was the 12th man. Ramdu left out for today's game, the left-hander and a wicket-keeper. Yeah, didn't quite fire in the first 2 games, but hopefully tomorrow with the T20s on, it's going to be interesting. So now with Guyana losing, Trinidad and Tobago will need a win here if they are to revive their hopes of a title challenge.
And they will need a win for them, but more importantly, it's very important for Trinidad and Tobago to pick up quite a healthy amount of fast bowling points as well.
Not to mention net run rate, that also features in the calculations. But for the Leeward Islands, after 2 losses, a win today and possibly 2 wins in the shorter format tomorrow could really push them up the standings also.
And a question to be asked, you know, in the event that teams and 2 teams end up with the same amount of points and the same net run rate, you know, it'd be interesting to see how the calculations go with you.
Yeah, they might have to go beyond those that 4th decimal point to decide that. Wouldn't that be interesting if you see the tournament decided by the 5th decimal point, 0.0001 of a point or something like that.
So interesting start by the Leeward Island opening batters.
Driven just to the left of Jagesa. That should be 2. Palmer is riding his luck here. That's a uppish one just to the left of Jagesa, who dropped one in the last over. This one he couldn't get his hands to. But again, uppish from Palmer.
So Palmer taking on the TNT bowlers here. Anything that's in his arc, he's going to have a dash at it. So the likes of skipper Justin Jagesa might just be well advised to stay on the edge of the circle to give himself that opportunity.
That's a nice shot. That's beating the fielder. I wonder if it's going to go to the boundary. It's slowing up. And James is across to it to make the stop. Well, is that 2? Or did they get 3 there? No, it is 2. They should have gotten 3.
Yeah, they were coming back for 3 for the 3rd run, but Orlando James was very aware of the situation there and rifled that return to the striker's end, and that really stopped them from going for that 3rd run.
Yeah, some parts of the field are a little bit heavier than others, so the straight boundaries, the ball is slowing down quickly, but the square boundaries, in some parts at least, from the southern end, that cut shot in the previous over went there very quickly, so they'll have to, I think they felt that once it had gotten past the fielder at mid-off, that would have gone for 4, but it didn't. It came down the slope and just slowed down. So
excellent off drive from Palmer there, just extending those levers, getting that front foot right out to the pitch of the delivery and caressing it past mid-off.
A little bit better here from Ali. Ali got 3 wickets in his first over, and he also copped a really nasty blow. There was one hit straight back fiercely to him, and before he could get his hands down, it hit him on the left of the left leg, just above the heel. It's always painful, just above the Achilles tendon, and the fact that he's still running out there tells you a lot about him. Driven past the bowler. Kenapish, it's misfielded also, and they will get 2, and James is again across to it quickly enough. Well,
So
the youngster at that mid-off region there, that's Kanai. That's it. One he dived at, missed it. This one he just dived and didn't chase it down at all. End of the over at the end of 3 overs, 23 without loss.
Yes, so excellent breakthrough from Farizali.
Andrew was the top scorer in the Leeward Islands innings against Barbados, so he has some form. Let's see if he can carry on. And Honoré, if he can get some runs too. Let's see if that will help out the Leeward Islands cause here in chasing down 201 for victory.
Yeah, so quite a tall order here. That's required from the Leeward Islands batters. But they've lost Palmer at a critical time of the run chase here. Palmer trying to go all ground blading. Unfortunately for him, he's all out at that long on position. Brilliantly caught by Orlando James.
Well, when you live by the sword, die by the sword too. And that one, I tell you what, if Orlando James had maybe been a couple of meters to his right, that would have gone crashing into the side screen. Nice looking drive here to start off. But James took it well. Sometimes when those catches come straight to fielders, where you have enough time to think yourself out of the catch, he held his nerve well. Just keep your mind clear, focus on getting your hands around it.
And someone like the likes of Orlando James, he would have been playing with mature cricketers, big man as we say in Trinidad and Tobago, and that would have helped with his maturity in terms of hauling in that catch.
Should get one here. Big man cricket, big man catch it was. And we didn't quite get a good sight here because he was just behind the side screen, but it's slightly lower than where the pitch is. And there was the possibility of that ball also going from a fingers up catch to a fingers down catch in a very short period of time. Because of that, you're going downhill. But I think he just stooped down a little bit and took it over his head with fingers up.
Yeah, so the reverse hands was in effect by Orlando James in executing that catch.
Changes to the field now. The slip is still there. There's a gully, a backward point. Third man has come in from the boundary a little bit. They're no longer using the third man all the way down because of the way in which that ball is slowing down. Cover point, mid-on and a mid-off and a mid-wicket in place. Driven to Jagisa, who can't get it, but the fielder just behind him does. That's Raghunandan is across it quickly and makes the stop.
So excellent cover drive from Andrew, leaning on that delivery and caressing it through extra cover for one. That takes the score on to 29 for 2.
And the scoring rate is spectacular already for the Leeward Islands. It's 5.8. The problem is it's they're well ahead of the required rate at the moment, but the problem is 2 wickets down. Palmer, Joseph already back in the pavilion. And when you have a team that has been bowled out for 90 and 163, you certainly would have wanted the openers to go a little bit deeper.
Yeah, the likes of Palmer and Joseph, the Leeward Islands think tank would have wanted them to give them, an excellent start. Unfortunately for them, both have departed at this stage.
Ratcher 1 for 9 will continue with his third over. Pace must go on for the first 9 overs here. So Ratcher's going to continue from the northern end. Weather has changed a little bit here, Anil. It's getting a little bit cloudy, a little bit overcast now. No longer quite bright as sunny. Should be 1 here for the Leeward Islands. Almost a collision between the two batters, Honoré and Andrew. Well, this is going to help a little bit for the Trinidad and Tobago fielding effort.
Yeah, it's just cooled on quite a bit here at the Sign Village cricket facility here in South Trinidad. Trinidad and Tobago will want to continue to take pry out wickets with their seamers video. It's so important to acquire the fast bowling points in order to be in contention for the honours come tomorrow evening.
We saw how useful that was during the regional, the senior regional 4-day tournament when Barbados, who really used those rules to good effect. They had quite a few fast bowlers, even some medium pacers appointed as fast bowlers. Flicked away. They will get 1. And from the going into the last round, they had something like a couple points lead which was merely based on those fast bowling points.
Yeah, and at the end it turned out to be very profitable for them as well. Going into that encounter with Trinidad and Tobago, they brought back that seamer who hadn't played for quite a while, and he did had a huge impact in that game.
Is that Graves you're talking about?
Yeah, Graves, yeah.
Nice looking drive, fluent, timed well, and they only get one. I thought they should have gotten two there. Well, nice looking drive there by Honore. He's up to 4 now. Andrew is 3, 32 for 2. And we're here at PowerGen Penal Sports Club, and well, these youngsters would have never played here, but their manager Shane Jeffers did. He played here in 1998 as a member of the under-19 team. Long time.
That makes about 25 years ago.
Yeah, it certainly is. No run this time again. And so important for those senior players to come back and give back to the national team. As we were talking about earlier, the Leeward Islands have the former Leeward Islands captain Sylvester Joseph as coach. Rishi Singh, the man from Guyana, he is here as an assistant coach. Shane Jeffers, out of St. Kitts, manager of the team. He's also a former first-class player. Hit straight, hit well. That could go all the way for 4. Is it slowing up? No, it hasn't. Has it done so? It's gone all the way. Nice, really nice shot. And Honore hits clean. Look at that. Straight through the line of it. Nice flourish of the bat. And he's gotten good value for his shot here.
So the outfielder is definitely picking up in the session here. Has been trying out. And what we've seen thus far early in the PCA video, the pitch has also improved. The batters now have the luxury where they can hit through the line of the delivery. Yeah,
the hours of sunshine certainly have baked all the juice out of it. So whatever assistance there was for the bowlers earlier is now gone. And also there's no wind anymore. So that's one of the reasons why TNT not getting too much help here. Edged and caught. Well, he tried to play that, force that off the back foot, and Honore gets the outside edge. And a second catch here for Bachu, who's gleefully takes that.
Pitching on off stump, a bit wide, trying to get that ball through extra cover. Only essaying an outside edge to the keeper. So another one bites the dust here at the PowerGen Sports Club here. Honore on his way, scoring 8 from 10 deliveries. So out goes the skipper, Edwards, out to the middle.
Nathan Edward is the next to come in here for the Leeward Islands, and the skipper who played for the West Indies. He played for the West Indies in the Under-19 World Cup. Got 51 not out against the UAE in a loss for the West Indies, and that was the UAE going on to the final. The UAE eventually winning the plate tournament at the Under-19 World Cup. I didn't get a chance to see that innings, but Nathan Edward getting 51, top score in that for the West Indies.
So a lot of evidence that he's got a lot of batting ability is Nathan Edwards, the captain of the Leeward Islands outfit. Edward.
So 6 overs gone, 37 for 3, and the Leeward Islands finding themselves in a very similar position that Trinidad and Tobago would have, and TNT were able to play themselves out of it and get 204 for 7. But what they did well from this position was that there was that partnership between Kavir Budusing and Orlando James, and those two put TNT back on track. Nice fluent looking drive, and that could go all the way for 4 runs. What a shot through the covers that was. Beautifully played, and that just shows how well the conditions here, how much the conditions have improved. Earlier that shot would have stayed well clear of the boundary. This time it goes all the way for 4.
It's a lovely looking shot from Nathan Edward. My apology, Andrew. caressing that ball through the extra cover region. And the outfield has improved tremendously in terms of the hardness, with a lot of sunshine here at the Power Gen Sports Facility.
And certainly I guess your prediction that the weather would improve has worked. Obviously you do have some training as a meteorologist, Anil, I think. So it's coming well.
Thank you, Vidya. So the Leeward Islands continuing to score at a rapid rate, but in the wicket column, you know, they've lost 3 wickets thus far. Aiden Ratcher having picked up 2 wickets early, and Fariz Ali getting rid of the dangerous Palmer.
So the 3 wickets, all catches. Palmer holding out to James in the long-on position. That was a ball that would have gone for 6. Well caught by James. They're appealing for a catch at the wicket here. That was close to the edge. He just hung the bat at it, Edward. I think that the appeal was more based on they know the danger of this man. And he certainly is very talented. Makings of another fine all-rounder here for the Leeward Islands.
So Nathan Edwards, very talented young cricketer.
It's played square of the wicket, just one. It will be for the left-handed Edward. And Andrew, who has 8, he will be back on strike now. So a big task here for these two. 6 runs in the over already, though. That lovely flowing cover drive by Andrew. Cover drive really is the prince of shots, isn't it?
Yeah, whenever the cover drive is executed to perfection, it is a sight.
Best cover driver you've ever seen? Is that even a question?
The Prince of Port of Spain.
Yes, it is. Certainly Brian Lara made that shot look ridiculously easy. It's not the easiest of shots, but he made it look so beautiful. There's a deep cover in place all the same now. They're going for the single. That's well run. Whoa, Jagisa almost made that into a run-out chance, but there is going to be an overthrow now and 2 overthrows to go with it. So 1 run has turned into 3 here for the Leeward Islands.
So no one was backing up there. Skipper Justin Jagisa seizing the opportunity for a run out and was very, very close to that direct hit there.
Yeah, he was close, but no cigar. And that ball went flying past the stumps. Don't think that would have improved Fariz Ali's mood at any time. Bowlers just hate to see overthrows come to them. And when you bowl a good ball, you almost get a wicket, and then to see 2 overthrows being added.
So a lot of supporters here, a lot of Trinidad and Tobago supporters in their red, white, and black.
Close to the edge again. This has been a nervy start here from Edward, and Fariz Ali just holding his head, wondering what did I need to do to get this wicket. End of the over at the end of 7 overs, 46 for 3. 46 for 3 after 7 overs.
So Leeward Islands would have possibly liked to just lose about 1 wicket at this stage of their innings. Unfortunately for them, they've lost 3 wickets. Trinidad and Tobago continue to gain some valuable fast bowling points, having secured a .3 thus far.
More supporters there, and they were unfurling the flag and waving it up and down. I think that's the family of Ratcher there on that side of the field. And it is Ratcher who's back on for his 4th over. So this will be the 8th overs. So there 1 more for the fast bowlers to bowl out in this block of overs assigned to fast bowlers in this contest. Andrew settles into his task. Hit 1 lovely cover drive already. And that's not a bad looking straight drive, but the fielder will get across to that here. So for the Leeward Islands, this pair will definitely have to put in a good shift here. They're going to have to put in something significantly upwards of 50 runs.
Yeah, a lot will depend on both these batters to really take the Leeward Islands anyway close to Trinidad and Tobago score. skipper Nathan Edward. He will have to play a pivoted role in ensuring that the Leeward Islands at least get close to the Trinidad and Tobago score.
Oh, that's a good shot, but well stopped by Jagisan, diving away to his right. He's been busy in that cover position. But if you look back at that innings between James and Budu Singh, they absorbed a lot of pressure early. What would you be telling the Leeward Islands batters at this time and what they can learn from that partnership?
Well, they definitely need to emulate that kind of application video in order to take their team to some kind of security when securing the score.
Oh, that's up in the air. It's away from the fielders though, and they will get one. That's all they're going to be. There is going to be for them, but they're chancing their arm here. That's been one of the issues in attempting those shots. They've given up 2 catches to the wicketkeeper already, and what we saw from James and Budu Singh, their strike rates during that partnership was sometimes below 50, and it was just attritional. They were just getting themselves in. They eventually got a nice partnership of 46, I think it is. Yeah, 47 runs they put on during that partnership. But after, it was the partnership after that really broke the resistance of the Leeward Islands between James and Rambaran, who was very positive. Another nice looking drive straight to the fielder.
But both James and Rambaran, yeah, they really took it away from the Leeward Islands at the back end. They were able to really motor along, and you know that innings from Kavir Budu Singh was a key instrument in Trinidad and Tobago having that luxury to press on later on in their innings.
Yeah, it certainly was, and these two need to produce an innings collectively with both facets of that partnership that we saw, the one between James and Budu Singh and James and Rambaran. First of all, the attritional side, conservative, staying in, occupying the crease for a period of time, and then building up that momentum and building up a base to launch an attack.
So it's very important as well, Vidya, for these guys to bat a lot of balls as well. Give themselves every opportunity to get in on a surface with every ball is playing better and better.
That's right. 8 overs gone, 47 for 3.
Cricket 360, the #1 link for streaming sports in Trinidad and Tobago. Like, follow and share our Facebook and YouTube platforms for all the live action. Cricket 360, we bring real sport to your virtual world.
So welcome back to Sign Village. 47 for 3. The Leeward Islands, they're chasing 201 for victory. TNT getting 204 for 7. Duckworth Lewis just wiping 3 runs off that, 4 runs in fact, off that Trinidad and Tobago victory target. Could that boundary be critical? Fareez Ali continues. This is his 5th over here. 1 for 29, took a little bit of punishment from Palmer, but had the last laugh in getting rid of him.
And that's one of the important things as a bowler, to stick to your basics and continue to keep it simple. Bowling that 4th, 5th stump line. And if the batters want a chance there, they might as well do so. But the consistency is what brought about that wicket. Fareez Ali getting a bit of tap earlier on, but not getting away.
Slashed away from slip. That's run down to 3rd man for 1. Fareez Ali close to a 2nd wicket. That was not far away from the first slip, who was really trying his best to get across to that Luke Ali, but couldn't get a hand on it.
And if the likes of Luke Ali couldn't get anywhere close to it, none of the fielders, of the other fielders, would have been able to get to that ball. So Andrew flashing and flashing really hard, passing that first slip position, it goes down to third man for a single.
I think that would have gone to the right of second slip. That's how he just couldn't get across to it. Luke Ali is very tall, maybe about 6'3" or so, and he's tall and slim. And his toes pointing outwards as he's standing in the approved fashion for slip fielders, which just gives you that luxury to be able to move either way on the balls of your feet. We'll get a single out to backward point, and they've run that very well. They've been positive with their running. That's been good. TNT have also been aggressive with their fielding.
So TNT continues to be aggressive here at Saint Village. They would need to continue to proud wickets via the fast bowlers, and the skipper Justin Jaggis is allowing his seamers every opportunity in which to do so, giving them aggressive fields in which to try and proud the wickets.
Good delivery again from Ali. If he he did show us that ankle and the Achilles tendon of his left leg after he got that blow against Jamaica, and he's a very fair guy, so of course there's this huge red mark spreading all behind his Achilles tendon. I was surprised that he even was able to go back out and continue playing.
Well, I tell you what, Fariz Ali is a very top young man.
Oh, that headed down. I wonder if it didn't seem to be an under edge there, but just the bottom fell out of that ball quickly. Yeah, he is tough and he's determined. He was the best bowler in the under-19 finals in the local competition earlier this year.
And he has just continued where he's left off in that tournament video, picking up his 4th wicket in this tournament. Unfortunately for him, this could have been his 5th wicket in the tournament video.
Yeah, it could have been. A small change in the field here, and this is... Well, Jagisar was just having a quick talk with Rambaran. I think might be telling him just get warmed up. We might be seeing you on pretty soon. Edged and dropped. First slip. Yeah, that one went to the right of Ali. Couldn't hold on. And the 50 is up with a drop catch. Here's how it happened.
In and out at the last moment there. Luke Ali losing possession of the ball, essaying that cut shot, only succeeded in hitting the edge, going to first slip. Unfortunately for Trinidad and Tobago, Luke Ali was unable to hold on video.
Well, the spectators look on as there is Fariz Ali's parent, and yes, that is the signal, which meant that the power player was R over, and that is Fariz, the bowler. I'm sure his parents would have been a little bit disappointed he didn't add to that wicket under the shade of that almond tree. A nice hammock would go well with there, wouldn't it? And possibly a nice cold drink to Anna.
Well, I'm sure there's lots of cool drinks under that almond tree.
Well, there are a lot of coolers there. There are at least 2 coolers I'm seeing, so I'm sure there are a couple of drinks there. Ratcha pulls out of his first delivery of the 5th over. Aiden Ratcha, 2 for 17. Oh, he's come down. He's come out well in this game. So Aiden Ratcha, the weather has changed once again. No longer is it muggy and there is no sunshine. The sunshine is back. This time it's from the left side of where we're sitting. So it's off the edge, over. Well, he said that startling over cover. It's not going to carry. Outer edge, yes, it was. And they do get a double here.
So the Leeward Islands continue to take matters into their own hands, looking to be aggressive at every opportunity. And one wonders with how long they'll be able to continue in this vein.
Yeah, it's a lot less of the stroke play that we saw earlier when Palmer, Joseph and Honoré were on. They were going very hard early. The ball is outside the off-stump. They're going for it, though. Just like that. That's a good stop. And I thought for a moment there that Justin Jaggisa had picked it up, but it just glanced off his hands and behind him. They got the single. So we are inside the 10th over here. After 10 overs, Trinidad and Tobago were 27 for 2. And when you see the time of recovery, you just have the feeling that maybe the Leeward Islands didn't just let TNT off the hook.
Yeah, I personally think that Trinidad and Tobago did well to really work their way into their innings video, because they were under the pump, having lost 2 wickets in successful deliveries to Nathan Edward. Right.
Yeah, after that double strike from Edward, where he got rid of Sarup and Ali of consecutive deliveries, and then Jagisar getting out for 29, one really felt that would have been TNT in a heap of trouble. But they played themselves out of it well with these 2 partnerships that we mentioned, James and Budu Singh, then James and Rambaran. And Ali came in and hit a delightful 26 in quick time afterwards.
So it was a case where they needed to really consolidate video, and they did that by carefully rotation of the strike and not really chancing their arms until that really bad ball came along. But even so, scoring on this pouch and outfit ground, it was difficult to pierce the gaps.
Yeah, it certainly was. Well, even if you got it into the gaps, it just didn't go anywhere. Shots that are now going for 4 went for 1, went for 2. So that very well, that 204 that Trinidad and Tobago got earlier could have been somewhere in the region of 240. If the shots, some of those shots would have gotten full value. All the same, conditions have changed, and you have to change with them, as the great economist, one great economist would have said. When the facts change, you must change your minds. Wide signaled by umpire Mokan, and 9.5 overs, still 1 over to go to make it 10. So the first off player will be up in just about 9 minutes, Anil. And see how it plays out here. Nicely cut away down to third man. Ali is after it. They're looking for a second run. Ali just fumbles it, but recovers quickly. Altogether, been a solid performance here for Trinidad and Tobago at the start.
So Edwards just working that one, opening the face and allowing it to go down to third man. They get a single. That takes the score on to 55 at the conclusion of the 10th over. So Leeward Islands continuing to play bravely here at Sign Village.
Yeah, it's been a quiet period in the game as the spectators. They're looking. Yeah, the spectators just a lot of nicely shaded area underneath those almond trees, and the benches here. I remember as a young man being here for holidays in this area, and we'd come and walk around it. Or should I say, a younger man.
No comments, video.
You better not. CWI for 3 out of 10. We'll stay friends if you don't.
So Jason was just telling me, video, that under one of those tents, they've got some duck and dalpry.
Well, if Jason says so, I'll believe him, because he knows. I think he's been there, so he sampled it personally. By the way, 26 runs off that last 5 overs from the Leeward Islands. They got 29 in the first 5, so they're not slowing down exactly. The scoring rate is right now 5.5 and over, so they're still going along at a good clip. The required rate is now 4.47, so no alarms there, but the problem is 3 wickets down.
So it's going to be Ricky Raghunathan to pick up the bowling from the pavilion end. Right arm off spinner.
Has he taken an edge here? Yes, he's been given. And that is the end of Edward. The captain goes for a very tentative 3 here, trying to play a forcing shot off the back foot, and he's taken the edge to the off spinner.
So Nathan Edwards trying to force that ball off through the offside, too close to his buddy, and essaying an outside edge into the keeper of gloves of Vera and Bachu. Excellent catch from the wicketkeeper here. So the Leeward Islands continue to slide here at the power gen facility here, losing their skipper Nathan Edwards for 3.
Yeah, he's gone for 3, and that's a real shame here for the Leeward Islands. He would certainly have been one you would have felt would have helped them to rebuild the innings and to create this revival for them. That's not going to be. So there will be some work here. And Raghunanan, the off-break bowler, the man from Tacarigua, plays for Hillview College and Queen's Park Cricket Club. And big fan of Nathan Lyon. And when you look at his run-up and the way in which he approaches the crease in the gather, certainly there's a lot of Nathan Lyon in what he does. And he has said that he looks very closely at YouTube videos of Nathan Lyon and the way he distributes those, the way he moves around those combination of his 3 main deliveries. And he's learnt a lot on the way in which Lyon is able to get through his overs and construct a spell.
Well, one of the best off spinners who have played the game. You know, you will want to emulate someone in the mode of Nathan Lyon or the great Sunil Narayan as well.
Yeah, he's also a big fan of Sunil Narayan. Kept a little bit low. And from Nathan Lyon, he's learned so much. I mean, his approach to the wicket looks very much like Lyon. But from Narayan, he says he just absolutely loves the variety that you see from Narayan. Oh, it's through the fielder. That's going to run close to the boundary again here. He'll be hard-pressed to pull this back. But they get 2 all the same. 57 now for 2. And one badly lined this time here from Raghunanan. And that kind of spoiled what has been a good start to his over.
So Ricky Raghunanan making an immediate impact in this Leeward Islands innings. Getting rid of the dangerous Nathan Edward first ball. So it's good. So topping. So it's going to be Ricky Raghunanan continuing. This one is played away to that square leg region. There's no run. So Ricky Raghunanan attends the Hillview College. So a field change. Sami Sarup is going into that mid-wicket region. So the skipper Jagger giving him some more protection on the onside. Passes the umpire. This one is punched to extra cover, where Fariz Ali does the fielding. So at the end of the over, Leeward Islands chasing 201 for victory here at Sign Village in Penal, South Trinidad. 57 for 4. Topping is on 2 and Andrews is on 17.
So 57 for 4 after 11. Leeward Islands in a spot of bother here. They need a partnership of some significance between these two. Toppin didn't have the best of final overs here. He and Andrew. Andrew has been quite positive. 17 of 17 deliveries since he's been out there. Problem is wickets have tumbled at the other end. Cut away Kanhai. And Kanhai is greeted with a double here. And leg spinner, Kanhai into the action here. He didn't bowl didn't bowl at all, in fact, against the Jamaica team, mainly because he got injured during that match.
Yeah, that could be a it was a worrisome clash between himself and Andrew Ramparan, and he was unable to play the following day because he was still having a lot of discomfort. So good signs to see Kevin Kanhai out in the middle.
Short and a cutaway, but straight to the fielder. It's just going to be one, but two deliveries that he's just dragged down here, Kevin Kanhai. Yeah, we really feared for him because he couldn't get up at all after the blow to the head. Both of them trying to go to the fielding, and I think there was no calling. Rambaran, seeing Kanhai coming out of the corner of his eye, tried to pull out, but his shoulder hit into the side of the head and the neck of Kanhai, and he went down, and he had to come off the field immediately, and he stayed off for the rest of the innings. Yeah, but good to see him back out. When you're 16 years old, you shake those things off easily, don't you?
Yeah, and I'm really happy to see him up and about, and more importantly at the bowling crease.
Better some flight here for Kanhai, and yeah, you know, after 2 years you're out for COVID-19. You come in your first game, you get injured, you can't bowl. Must have been real disappointment. You miss out the next game. Here he is. It's going to be one. Jagisar dives and can't make the stop, so they will get one. Unfortunately for Kanhai, this is going to be the only 50 over game that he's going to play in this season, because 20 over games tomorrow.
Well, as we both know, Vidya, the tournament was restarted, and you know, they had to make some changes, and one of those changes was the fact that they had to sacrifice playing 5 50 over games in a 5-day period, which would not have been the best in terms of for the youngsters to having replayed 500 overs of cricket over a 5-day period. That would have been a big ask, and what we had seen really in the last couple of days when the tournament restarted, there were a lot of players who were picking up cramps and such like that.
Certainly were. Well, the players are coming off to get some water at the moment. The reserve umpire Avinash Narayan is out there. We'll take a short break ourselves. With a required run rate of just about 4.5, Leeward Islands are 61 for 4. They're chasing 201 for victory here at picturesque Sign Village in Penang.
Cricket 360, the #1 link for streaming sports in Trinidad and Tobago. Like, follow and share our Facebook and YouTube platforms for all the live action. Cricket 360, we bring real sport to your virtual world.
So we are back here after the break, the water break. Leeward Islands chasing a total of 201 for victory here at the Sign Village Sports Club. They are 61 for 4. Topping up is on 3. Andrew has moved on to 20 from 20. But it's going to be Ricky Ragunan to continue from the pavilion end. As I welcome back Mr. Vidya Ramphal.
Yes, Anil is Ragunanan. I was trying to figure out whether there really was that duck and Dalpuri as you suggested, but I found no evidence of it. It was like Bigfoot. A myth. Either that or it's just been eaten, unlike Bigfoot. Was that a wide? Yes, it is. Down the leg side from Ragunanan. That one's starting a little bit too straight, so eluding the batter and without getting past Bachu, who's had a good game. 3 catches already for the innings.
Yeah, and 3 excellent catches indeed for Viran Bachu.
Very interesting, his technique. He gets into his crouch and his hands are not pointing upwards, they're pointing downwards, and he just seems to tap the ground 3 times, and then as the bowler comes in, then he turns it over and gets the gloves together. 1, 2, 3, and there he is. It's almost like a trigger movement for the wicketkeeper. He just seems to get his rhythm, his catching rhythm that way.
And you know, someone of the like of Dinesh Ramdin, he does the same thing as well. Not the tap, but he does have the fingers pointing backwards when he's wicket keeping. So possibly something that he is taking up from Dinesh Ramdin.
Yeah, and you see more and more of this. These youngsters, they have the access to YouTube, so they're looking at their favorite players and imitating all their little gestures, all their mannerisms. Oh, that's driven. Oh, has he taken? Oh, what a catch! He's taken that brilliantly. That is one of the best catches you'll see. And James takes a blinder, square of the wicket, and Andrew is gone for 20. That is absolutely stunning.
What a screamer for Orlando James at that backward point position. That was cream through that backward point region. Looking at it again, it was cream square of the wicket. Just Orlando James flung himself to the right and picked up a really spectacular catch here.
Wow, that was special from Orlando James. And if you didn't know too much about this youngster, 79 before he was run out earlier today. We haven't seen him bowl just yet, but look at that catch. Just diving across and picked up. That one was just inches from the ground. I tell you what, I was looking towards the boundary to see if it had gone for 4, but he just absolutely picked that up. What a special talent he is.
He is indeed a special talent, all the way from Tobago, women Tobago. And, you know, he's doing his family, his friends, his well-wishers, and his Trinidad and Tobago team, you know, a world of good here, Vidya. Really coming to the party here for Trinidad and Tobago. And how do you keep out a youngster with such immense talent out of a contest like this, Vidya?
Well, you can't. You just if you're Trinidad and Tobago, you just get him involved in everything, because when you're hot, you're hot. I think you know, as we have a saying here in Trinidad, when things are not going your way, wet paper can cut you. Well, that is the absolute reverse of what's happening here with James. Nothing that he's done here has gone wrong. He has the Midas touch at the moment.
Yeah, and that would have made the play of the day, Vidya, had you been on CNC3.
Well, luckily I've never been there. Randall Longville is the new man in. Top scorer for Leeward Islands in their first game against Windward Islands. Nice full toss to start off, and quite didn't get a single, but Jagesa makes a nice stop.
So excellent feeling from Justin Jagesa, setting the tone in the field here. Feeling at that deep extra cover position, just on the edge of the circle here, setting the tone. Diving away and making a timely stop. This one is punched out to Jagisa.
Jagisa, as you pointed out, he really has set a high standard in that cover position, but that is the end of a successful over for Raghunandan. 2 for 4 his figures after 2 overs, and wicket with his first ball, getting a wicket with a superlative catch there by the fielder James, and what a start for him. Raghunandan 2 for 4. Leeward Islands 63 for 5. The required rate is 4.66. They're still going along at a fast clip, but the wickets are just tumbling really, really fast for them, and they're staring down the barrel what could be another heavy defeat.
Yeah, having lost half their team for 63 on the board, it will take a huge effort from both Longville and Top-In to bring some respectability to the final score.
Yeah, that would be it. They really need to fight back, and just 13.1 overs gone here. Kanhai in his second over now. Quickish run up to. Certainly no Shane Warne in the way he approaches this. He just races in. Yeah, that's a wide. He thought about appealing. Yeah, Shane Warne you would walk in, but and it's a smoother approach than some of the leg spinners. Let's say an Abdul Kadir, who would just leap on drive just for one. 13.1 overs gone here, and this has been a good start for Trinidad and Tobago. And with Guyana losing their match earlier today, just to remind you, Guyana 112, Jamaica 116 for 1 at Presal, and felt after seeing that Jamaica team a couple days ago that they would cause some problems here in this tournament. They underachieved against Trinidad and Tobago, but got to 136. Bowled out for 136 in that match. But their skipper, Jordan Johnson, 48. That was a sublime innings at Inchinali Park. Well, playing at that venue again. This time they toppled Guyana and severely dented their ambitions of a win in the tournament. Still not over for Guyana by any means. Barbados certainly looking for their second win. They lost to Guyana. Trinidad and Tobago in good shape to get their second win, so we could have a possibility of 3 teams on 2 wins after this round going in tomorrow's roller coaster ride. Kanhai got a hand onto that but couldn't stop it. Just one more to the bowling of the leg spinner. So this tournament very much wide open. Started off as a 50 over tournament, and however, with the first 2 rounds wiped out last week because of rain, it was restarted on Saturday, and the final day will be 2 T20s tomorrow. That's going to be fun. And of course is a logistical nightmare for the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, the host of this. 14 overs gone, 66 for 5. Here's Raghunandan to start off from the southern end. His third over. That's a wide. Yeah, again starting it a bit too straight here, Raghunandan. You can see he's just motioning with his hands too much down the leg side. And the background, just on the end of the side screen, that's Riyad Emrit standing there just having a look. Dive and just past the bowler. Good attempt here by Raghunandan to make the stop. And for guys like Riyad Emrit, who played cricket for so long, he broke into the TNT senior team as a teenager basically, and now in his early 40s, 41, still playing, still very fit, and still doing well in local cricket. Now into the coaching phase of his career. Still playing. He will be part of the CPL later on this year, and led his team, the Blue Devils, to a victory in the second edition of the Trinidad T10 Blast just a few weeks ago. So still very much a vital part of teams around the country. And no one has ever questioned the love of the game for Riyad Emirates. He is and certainly he has imprinted some of himself on this team already. Ragunanan 2 for 5, and umpire Willoughby just signaling the dead ball in the approved fashion. Well, not a lot of supporters out here for this one, but I think many people, after seeing the rains in the Pinal area earlier today, would have felt that the game would not have continued. But, well, we've had 42 overs, and now we've had 14.4 more to go with it. Well, that has come back in sharply, and for once there's a little blemish there. Bachu didn't gather that one, but I thought he felt that was going to hit the top of off stump. That one came back sharply. A lot of Nathan Lyon in that one.
Yes, a big spinning off spinner from Ricky Ragunanan, pitching that ball outside the line of the off stump and going through the gate, beating everything on its way down to third man.
Yeah, it went through the gate but didn't go through the front door. That was a problem for that delivery. It was really, really good. And that will certainly open up some eyes here. Ragunanan 2 for 5 after 3 overs. Great start for him. Not so great the start here by the Leeward Islands after 15 overs.
Yeah, the Leeward Islands will want to bat for as long as possible, Vidya. Still 27 overs to go in this innings. Quite a bit of overs to bat. In excess of 150 deliveries. And both Topping and Longville, they will want to apply themselves for as long as possible. What we had seen in the Trinidad and Tobago innings, the longer they batted, the batters batted, it became easier and easier and easier.
Yeah, some of the basic axioms of batting, really. Just stay in there and full toss. That's tugged away. Didn't quite get all of that. Longville, just to 1 this time. But yeah, some of the basic axioms of batting. Just give as they say, give the first hour to the bowler, and then the second hour is yours.
So there was a lot of situational play taking place.
Nicely swept behind. It won't go to the boundary, but he will get only 1.
So Ratchet doing extremely good work here at that 45-degree position, short fine leg.
Also took a couple of wickets earlier. He has 2, Ragunanan has 2, Ali has the other one.
Lovely flighted leg spinner from Kanhai. Not much. Could have. Yeah, so the Trinidad and Tobago team will understand exactly how they built up the score of 204 for 7, and they will obviously try to ensure that the Leeward Islands do not repeat the trick against them. Well, give them a taste of their own medicine. So Justin Jagger ringing the changes as well, Vidya, in terms of field placement. He's trying to keep that area on the offside there protected. And with the likes of Andrew Rambaran at that backward point region, where if the leg spinner is a bit short, he's patrolling that high traffic area there at that backward point region there.
This is good. Just driven away past cover. They will get 1. They're uncertain about the second and decide not to go for it. Kanhai. So that should be the end of his third over. At the end of 16, Trinidad and Tobago restricted the Leeward Islands to 72 for 5. Ragunanan to continue from the southern end. And Toppin must have seen that from the non-striker's end, that one that started outside the off stump and just darted back into that off stump without taking the bails off. And he will be keen to play forward to every delivery now.
Yeah, he's showing a good resolute defense. But what is interesting, Ricky Ragunanan, he is definitely challenging the defense of Topping.
Nice fluent shot. Yeah, he's not gone into a shell here, Toppin. He is still trying to play that check drive and hasn't quite gotten it to the left of Ali to pick up the single. Yeah, that was the delivery. That was the one he should have picked up the run off. A little bit short at that time, but no conviction in the shot at all.
Yeah, Topping was guilty of possibly trying to come forward a bit too early.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. They get the single now. He gets it wide of the fielder. That's hit the stumps. It's going forward throws, and they will get to umpire Willoughby. Well, it says that's not out, but that was a really good throw by. It was Ali that got it in. Hit the stumps, and unfortunately, it's gone for an extra run.
You know, and that's something, Vidya, that I feel that it should be revisited in terms of being given that extra run. I'm sure that that direct hit like that normally will cost you an extra run.
It should be rewarded rather than punished. Yeah, you're right. Of course, if that and maybe balls coming off the bat and going for boundaries could have been revisited, who knows? History could have been very different. End of the over after 17, 74 for 5.
But Sam Northeast, he could have changed history just a couple of days ago.
That's right, 410 not out. And Glamorgan deciding not to pursue the punishment of Leicestershire anymore. So he got 410, and Brian Lara, I think that if they decided to allow him to go for the record, that 92 runs would have been the most difficult 92 runs he's ever scored. First ball of a new over. Full toss from Kanai to start off. Just one. Yeah, you might say, yes, you've scored 410. 92 is not a problem, but it's going to be very difficult. And in fact, Northeast, whose highest score before that was 191, said that he was more nervous when he got getting closer to the double 100 rather than the 400. Should be one more. Yeah, and that was because he'd never gotten a double 100 before, so he just wanted to make sure he got the double 100, because when you look at how he got to his 400, he had a 6, his only 6, into the side screen. So it squeezed away behind square. One for the batter again. So they're picking up the singles readily in the over here from Kanhai.
Yeah, so both Topping and Longville here batting sensibly at this stage of the innings.
Will anybody ever break that Lara record of 501 though?
As you would well know, Vidya, records are dare to be broken. When will it take place is another question.
Yeah, it stood here for quite a while. 1994, Brian Lara created that record. It's pulled in. Good bit of work there by Ali. And Hanif Mohammed actually was the man who held the record before that, 499. It was an interesting story. He was batting with a 17-year-old wicketkeeper batsman. And the scorers actually told him the wrong score that he was on. Chipped over Jagisar. They will get one. And that's all they'll be. Yeah, just going back to Hanif Mohammed, yeah. They told him the wrong score, so he was hustling. I think there was still an over to go or something of that region. And he was trying to push for the run. After 18 overs, 78 for 5. Raghunathan to continue here. 2 wickets already for him. Oh, it's been steady. Good stuff here from Raghunathan throughout this. Just to finish that Hanif Mohammed story, I think they didn't quite get the message across to him well that he had some time to get the 500, and he went for a double when he shouldn't have. Another good delivery here, and he went for a double when there was only one on, got the 499, and attempting the 500 run, he was run out.
What an interesting story video.
Yeah, well, there's a postscript to the story. The young wicketkeeper that he was batting with, of course he would have been very unhappy. Actually, just a few weeks after that incident, he got struck in the chest while batting, and he died. Yeah, it was very, very strange the way these things happen. Yeah, so Hanif Mohammed trapped on 499, and then very sadly, his batting partner that day ended up losing his life on the cricket field a couple of weeks later.
How unfortunate indeed.
Shows what it is a dangerous sport. That's why all the precautions are there. They're appealing for LBW, but I think that one was rather optimistic. Starting maybe about leg stump and going down the leg side.
Yeah, that one just spinning a bit. It was definitely heading past that leg stump. But Ricky Raghunathan continues to bowl impressively here at the Power Gen Sports Club.
Very good stuff here from the off spinner. 30 balls he's bowled, and he has 2 for 7 after 19 overs. The Leeward Islands are 78 for 5, and we're just getting the feeling, you're just feeling a change in the air. It's a lot cooler now. Does that feel like rain coming to you?
I would hope not, Vidya. We're having a really good game of cricket on at this time, but it's changing very, very quickly here.
Yeah, and what's interesting here, I think the Leeward Islands might actually be ahead on the duck with Louis Pascoe. We'll have to confirm that, but the Leeward Islands certainly at this point, because they're going along at such a good rate, but they've started to slow down. The required rate, which was under 4 at one point, is now 5.22. So we'll just keep a check. We'll keep a check on that for you. One this time, and yeah, so this has been another good over here. To start of it, Rambaran is on now. Rambaran left arm orthodox. I don't think he turns it a huge amount, but he's very, very tidy. Good batter Rambaran, got 29 in earlier, so, and he's an electric fielder.
So Rambaran scoring 29 from 29 deliveries.
Good fielder also. So yeah, there's just a little bit of a change in the air. The breeze starting to come across the ground, a little bit cooler.
So a bit of a cool front.
Yeah. So with Rambaran on, he has replaced Kanhai, just trying to tighten things up a little bit at the northern end, because at the other end, Raghunathan has been rock solid.
Well, I'm sure Justin Jaggis, having looked at what's taking place in terms of the weather, he might be very mindful of Duckworth Lewis coming into effect here, Video.
Exactly, you need to get that scoring rate down. Oh, I think has he got them here? Yes, he's been given. Trapped in front here, and Rambaran has taken his wicket within the first over that he's bowled. Here's how it happened. Left arm round the wicket, and this one's going to pitch and straighten. Yeah, that's looks like it's just about in front of the off stump, and the batter knew immediately. He started to walk off immediately. Toppin has gone for 11.
So excellent strike from Andrew Rambaran, getting that ball to hoop in from outside the line of the off stump. A lot of drift coming back into the right-hander. He was guilty of playing across the line and paid the ultimate price there, going LBW to Andrew Rambaran. So Andrew Rambaran making an immediate impact as he comes on in his first over, Video.
Well, then Cornwall Jr. is in next with number 5 on his back, the left-handed batter. So the left-hander and the right-hander out there to do battle for the Leeward Islands, but they're fighting a losing battle at the moment here. With 20 overs gone, the Leeward Islands are 79 for 6. So the Duckworth-Lewis par score, just in case you're interested, is 135. So the Leeward Islands have significantly fallen behind the pace here. So even if with the rain to come at this point, Trinidad and Tobago would still go on to victory. And I think the problem has been for them is the number of wickets that have been lost.
So it's going to be the return of Farizali. Justin Jagisa, the skipper of the Trinidad and Tobago team, is bringing back his main striker. So looking to make further inroads into this Leeward Islands batting lineup, but more importantly, trying to get as much fast bowling points in doing so.
Cut away, that's one. Just getting a message here that up in the north of Trinidad, very very rainy conditions, windy, rainy. It wouldn't look like that down in south, but it's very very bad up in the north side of the island.
So we are very blessed with having only suffered 2 rain intervals. But what a great sight, for cricket to come into the rural communities of Penal, Vidya.
Rural? Penal?
Yeah, rural.
I think they might be offended by hearing you say that. I have friends in the area who call it the United States of Penal.
Nevertheless, it's great to see cricket in the Penal area.
Regardless of how you designate it.
Regardless.
Penal has changed so much over the last 20 years or so. And for someone who hasn't been here for a long time, it's unrecognizable. Hit beautifully. Square the wicket. Just going to be one this time. Outfield still a little bit heavy in that area, so didn't travel very quickly. And the required rate with almost every ball is just running up towards that 6 mark. It was under 4 at one point, but now it's galloping away from the Leeward Islands at the moment.
Yeah, and it's becoming very ominous here now at the Powergen Sports Facility.
Upper sleeve, but not going to carry to the fielder. They go for 2, and that should be comfortable. Get there very quickly. That's Cornwall has been able to introduce. He and Longville have been able to introduce a bit of urgency now back into the Leeward Islands innings.
So Farizali just possibly attempting to get that ball to swing. They're pitching it up, but Cornwall played a lovely off drive.
Nice shot again by Cornwall. Ooh, not far away. Not far away at all from the run out there. Longville must have been with his heart in his mouth as he was running down to the danger end.
So Cornwall seems to be a very busy player.
Yeah, so we're here at Powergen Penal. A lot more people around here watching this contest as working hours. I think they're just about to the break. The shift change here at the power generation plant, and everyone's coming around to have a look at the cricket. So a lot more fans around, and they're hoping to see a victory for the home team.
Yeah, the home team pressing really, really hard here at the Science Village Sporting Facility.
So let's see what Cornwall can do. 4 of 3 deliveries. Longville 9 of 19. And the problem has been every time they've started to try to press on here. The wickets have fallen. 6 wickets gone already. And the wickets have fallen. 2 to Raghunandan, 2 to Racha. Rambaran has 1 and Ali has the other. Rambaran back on to the attack again, and here comes the rain. Sensed there was a feeling in the air. I wouldn't tell you it was my right knee this time that I would have felt the change in the atmosphere. But seriously, this is not a great sight. There was a change. There was definitely a change in what was going on in the atmosphere, and you got the feeling that the rain was not far away. Well, it's here. I don't think it's going to be a long interruption, Anil, because away to our right, it's blue skies. For the moment, there's the groundsmen are bringing on those yellow covers to cover the pitch area, and now it's now it's getting heavy coming from the northeastern side of the ground. Look at that.
Yeah, it's shocking down now.
Yeah, the camera might a little bit of a deluge coming here. Anil?
Yeah, it's chucking down here at the Power Gen facility here in Sign Village.
Yeah, spectators just out of your picture running towards the sheltered areas, but not a great situation here for the Leeward Islands. I'd be interested in knowing what the Duckworth-Lewis score is at the moment, because that would certainly tell us which way this match could be going. 86 for 6. And the Duckworth-Lewis par score is 136. So the Leeward Islands are 50 runs behind that. So this could go the way of TNT.
Yeah, TNT definitely in the ascendancy at this stage of the contest, and having lost that 6th wicket video, it would not have helped their cause as well.
That's right indeed. And there is a situation. The rain starting to come down heavily now, and this is not good. And the interesting thing is, it's quite bright. It's blue sky away to our right. Somehow some kind of rogue cloud has circled in from the back of us and deposited a whole pile of rain down here at Sign Village in Penal.
But I'm predicting video is not going to be with us for a very long time. It doesn't seem that way.
Doesn't seem that way at all. But for the moment, Trinidad and Tobago 204 for 7 and 42 overs, 79 for Orlando James, 4 wickets for Nathan Edwards. For the Leeward Islands, they've lost wickets regularly, and they are now 86 for 6, 21.1 overs, 2 wickets apiece for Racha and Raghunandan for Trinidad and Tobago. And as we speak, the rain has almost stopped, but there will be a period here where we'll need for the ground to dry off.
Yeah, the umpires will possibly have an inspection sometime soon. But at the moment, we're going to take a break. And as soon as action resumes, we're going to be right back here to give you live coverage of the match between Trinidad and Tobago and the Leeward Islands. You're listening to the Under 17 Regional 50 Over Championship 3rd round encounter between Trinidad and Tobago and Leewards.
Welcome back to Sign Village, where Trinidad and Tobago under 7 teams have won their match against the Leeward Islands by 50 runs via the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method. Just to revise how things have gone, TNT won the toss, batted first. They got to 204 for 7, thanks largely to a brilliant 79 from Orlando James, 29 from Andrew Rambaran, 26 not out from Fariz Ali at the end. 4 wickets for Nathan Edwards for the Leeward Islands. And at that point, Anil Lakan, who's beside me, you would have thought that that should have been enough for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, well, considering that with the wetter patterns and stuff like that, Trinidad and Tobago started winning the toss and opting to bat first. They lost 3 quick wickets in the piece, but they recovered brilliantly through Kaveri Buddha Singh and the likes of Orlando James. And to put the icing on the cake, Andrew Rambaran played a blinder at the back end of the inning, scoring a runner ball 29. And when we look at what transpired in the Leeward Islands batting,
yeah, well, we'll take a look at that now. So the Leeward Islands, first of all, they had to get chased down 201. Duckworth-Lewis pass score was 201. But a lot of wickets fell early for them. They lost 6 wickets in all. Wickets falling at 24, 28, 37, 55, 63 and 79. Not a lot of partnerships to build there. And the wickets for Trinidad and Tobago during that period, Racha taking 2, the off-spinner Raghunandan taking 2, Rambaran had 1, and Ali 1. The rains came down with Leeward Islands at 86 for 6 of 21.1 overs. They were significantly behind the Duckworth-Lewis pass score at that time.
Yeah, so they fell behind by 50 runs with the Duckworth-Lewis method. And all the way through the Leeward Islands innings, I felt that the Leeward Islands batters possibly could have taken a more conservative approach at the start of the innings. They decided that their plan, to go hard, it didn't pay off, unfortunately for them. They were chasing a mammoth total of 201 in 41 overs. And that didn't help as well, because they continued to lose wickets on regular intervals. So Trinidad and Tobago winning by the Duckworth-Lewis method by 50 runs a video.
Yeah, so Trinidad and Tobago are one of 4 teams now on 2 wins. They go into tomorrow's 20-over phase of the competition. Trinidad and Tobago will be playing at the National Cricket Centre. Tell us how it's going to go.
So Trinidad and Tobago will be taking on Windward Islands from 9:30, and then they take on the mighty Bajans from 2 o'clock. So
both at the National Cricket Centre.
Both at the National Cricket Centre. So all to play for 4 teams with 2 wins video. It's really setting up nicely for tomorrow being the final day of this West Indies Under-17 Championship 50-over contest. But we go into T20 mode tomorrow.
Yeah, it's very unusual, but that was redone as a result of the first 2 rounds being washed out last week, and the last round made into 2 20-over contests to end off that 5-round tournament. Well, thank you so much for joining us here at Sign Village in Penal. Anil Lakan was beside me doing the comments here, and Jason Pasan and Shakil John, our technical staff today. Thanks so much for joining us. And Anil, hopefully a big game. Last 2 rounds on tomorrow is going to be exciting. It's
going to be exciting video, but we just have to be very mindful of the fact that the only thing could spoil tomorrow proceedings would be the weather, and we'd really hope that tomorrow, the sunshine comes out in all its glory, and have a fascinating finish to this contest.
And certainly we hope that the fans will come out to the National Cricket Centre, and if you can't, you're in a different country or you can't make it, well, you can always watch it here on windiescricket.com. So on behalf of Anil, Jason, Shakil and the crew here at the Sign Village in Penal, leave you the news that Trinidad and Tobago have won this game over the Leeward Islands by 50 runs via the Duckworth-Lewis method. I'm Vidya Ramphal. Bye for now.